O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo. Produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil, certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar um mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Rafitec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Rafitec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Rafitec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Rafitec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great satisfaction to start at WTC Sheraton Hotel, São Paulo, the 12th edition of the Brazilian Fertilizers Congress with live broadcasting via YouTube. The Congress is carried out by ANDA, Associação Nacional para a Difusão de Adubo, with sponsor of Braskem, Fertiminas, Mosaic, Nat Global, OCP Brasil, Teixeira Têxtil e Yara Brasil. Golden sponsor of Adverte, Ato Fértil, Andritz, Cesur e Raftec. And silver sponsor from Acron, Cesare, Galvani, and Rocha Terminais. Ladies and gentlemen, this edition will be neutral in greenhouse effect gases with the CO neutral event of ECAPLAN. This is a voluntary program of social environmental responsibility for organizations who are aware of climate changes. This event has simultaneous translation into English and Brazilian Sign Language. We ask everyone to put your cell phones on silent mode. So let's start with our opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to the opening session of the Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers, Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, Head of the Board of Administrators of ANDA. Guilherme Campos Jr., Secretary of Agriculture Policies of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, here on behalf of Minister Carlos Favaro. Mr. Alberto Amorim, Executive Secretary of the Secretary of Agriculture and Supply of the State of São Paulo. And Mr. Roberto Rodrigues, Professor of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, a special person at COP30 dealing with agriculture. We invite for the initial greetings Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, Head of the Board of Administrators of ANDA. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank for the authorities present here on behalf of Secretary Guilherme, and thank not only for the presence, but also for the prestige to ANDA to have you here. It's a huge pleasure. So on behalf of the board, I greet you all. I'd like now to talk to the audience present here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers. It's a great honor to open this event, seeing that every year we want and we improve. We have a positive environment in which the whole industry can gather, hear what's going on, update, and connect. To us at ANDA, it's very important. We are very proud to consolidate this Congress as one of the most important events on the fertilizers industry in Brazil and the world. We'll have today more than 1,000 people present and more than 3,000 people following us via YouTube in more than 20 countries worldwide. So we are very proud of having you all here. Within this context, it's important to mention the role of Brazil that has become a great world producer. We were a great importer, and now we are a great exporter in the world. And this leap could only be possible because our agriculture is supported by science, technology, and the determination of many millions of producers. This journey is transforming the agrobusiness in Brazil in a unique power, able to produce more and better, always with a respectful environment, protecting the environment and climate. The production of plants and fertilizers is the protagonist of this story. Thanks to the proper use of it, we can spread the productivity and preserve sensitive areas and show the world that it's possible to conciliate production and sustainability. And here I would like to highlight everyone that is part of this important chain. We have here present companies developing and providing fertilizers with the important role of the mixers, the traders, making connections between global producers and local markets, and also the producers, the national production investing in innovation and productive capability. Each one here has an important role so that the Brazilian agrobusiness keeps growing strongly and responsibly. But most of all, I would like to pay my homage here to those who in fact deserve, that is the Brazilian farmer. They are the people in the front line dealing with risks, uncertainties, and daily challenges. The farmers are the ones changing inputs into food and ensuring the food safety of the country and the world, contributing in a decisive way to the superavit of our commercial balance. The farmers are the heroes in the field that are committed to the mission of feeding the world and the country. We pay our respects and we thank them a lot. Regarding our Congress, this day we'll discuss important topics to the future of agribusiness, sustainability, regenerative agriculture, regulatory issues, the transformation agriculture is facing at this moment that is incredible. At this moment, I see that. I'm very proud of being part of this chain. We, in fact, represent one of the most promising chains in terms of innovation in the field. And within this context, we'll have debates here dealing with relevant topics related to geopolitical issues and the tariffs issues. And we invite all of you to work because the Brazilian agro is totally capable of leading this transformation with the courage, responsibility, and the view of the future. We'll also deal here about issues that go through the stability on the global supply of fertilizers, the global market of inputs and raw materials. We have productive discussions here in this sense. And that's why one of the things we've always worked with is increasing the national production so that we can reduce the external dependence, making it clear that we won't ever be self-sufficient. And it is within this context that we are committed to work for the future of the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, one important thing I have to mention here is that the sector is facing now, and I was talking to my colleagues before starting the event, that we have a great and immediate challenge now, that is the credit. Over the last 2 months, the Brazilian fertilizers market has suffered huge impacts, first due to the credit release, and then to the conservatism of the channels and having no guarantees. This is an important topic, and we'll directly deal with that when we discuss the productions and the demands for the next year. This is a topic that is sensitive to UNDA, and all associates are hugely worried about, because our producers need sensitive and predictable lines of credits and more sophisticated tools in a more comprehensive way. Without that, there will be no planning nor tranquility to keep producing in scale and with sustainability. We are concerned, but we also have to celebrate, because today here we'll have important acknowledgement to the academic talents with our traditional award that values research, innovation, and this acknowledgement shows that the sector not only grows in production and competitivity, but also fosters science and new ideas and work for the future. We will also celebrate and reaffirm commitments, and our Congress here has this green seal in neutrality, and this is the result of voluntary initiatives in social environmental work, and we are aware in the sector regarding the climate changes and energy transition. The ecologic responsibility is part of our identity and should go side by side with innovation, productivity, and generation of values to the whole agribusiness chain. After all, fertilizers are and will always be a great agent of sustainability in the field, because it helps produce more with less resources, even using better the areas. The Brazilian agriculture has proven to grow respecting the soil, nature, and people. I'm pretty sure we'll keep following this mission in feeding Brazil and the world and providing job positions and development. The agribusiness deserves this acknowledgement and mainly deserves our trust, because every step taken is one step for food security to the country and the world, and to prosperity of the families in the field, and to strengthening our position in the global scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, I finish by saying welcome. Once again, I wish you all a wonderful Congress. Thank you, Mr. Eduardo Monteiro. We now invite for his word Dr. Roberto Rodrigues, Professor of Getúlio Vargas Foundation and Special Person for Agriculture at COP30. Mr. President, my dear friend Leme Amorim, important secretaries in the Ministry of Agriculture, ladies and gentlemen. I paid attention to the discourse of Eduardo Monteiro talking about past, present, and future, and I want to talk about it as well. So I'll repeat the topics of Eduardo Monteiro. So it's very interesting to remember our past, our history, because it has to do with Brazil. I mean, the production of grains goes in parallel with that. It grew 4% a year in both the senses. So, in fact, ANDA has an important role in the agricultural development, especially acknowledging that we left the fertile land and went to Cerrado. And the fertilizer sector has a relevant role and mandatory to get where we are today. I agree with entrepreneurship, technology, and fertilizers were the main role. The present is wonderful. Present is complicated. He mentioned that as well. Cost is also a topic of discussion. We are dealing with formulas and solubility to be able to, for the consumer to purchase. It's very difficult to deal with everything. But now I want to talk about the future. You mentioned the future, but I want to reinforce this topic. It's a very complicated world, quite polarized, radical world. It's not only in Brazil, it's worldwide, with uncertainties of all kinds. Nobody knows what we'll do next week in Washington with the repercussions of everything in the global geopolitics. So we have a lot of uncertainties, and even some American authors are saying that it's not the era of uncertainty, but the era of disorder. Well, disorder or not, we need to eat, and we need to live in peace, to keep peace. So that's why I want to talk about the future. And I'll bring two topics briefly. First one is COP, that is in almost 2 months. And I would just like to tell you what I'm doing with the support of ANDA, in fact, because I'm preparing a comprehensive text telling the story of the Brazilian agrobusiness in the last 50 years, emphasizing technology and sustainability, the true story of agribusiness, with huge numbers of production, income, employment, exports, everything, but in a big text for people outside to see what's done in Brazil in terms of fertilizers, seeds, machinery, and so on and all, and everything that interfered somehow in the production process. Everything is mentioned in a historic, intense, and dense document. The second part of the document has 3 chapters. The first one is dealing with the demands of the president of COP, that is mainly to implement decisions of this COP and the previous ones that are still in the signature of the commitment document, but without any factual implementation. So in 1 year of mandate, the president demands the implementation of all the decisions. So we'll get this document showing that everything we lived in Brazil in the last 50 years, with all the difficulties in technology, sustainability, and laws, and so on, we want to offer the world to show the position of Brazil in terms of food safety, energy, generation of employment, income, and mainly dealing with climate changes. So the proposal we are making to the world is that we have some outside funding for that. And second point is that our housework is not over. We are progressing in terms of degraded areas, commercial balance, and many new topics we are dealing with strongly as well. And we hope to progress with the support from here and abroad. The third topic is illegal deforestation, invasion of lands, criminal fires. I mean, laws that are not complied. And we'll declare that publicly. And they say, hey, in this conference, it's not good because you are going to show what's going on. Well, we are taking care for things to happen in Brazil, and we demand it to be done, even from the government side as well. So this is the government document that is going to COP and will be distributed to all participants with a specific characteristic. I mean, it now has the single support of the agro sector in the sense that basically all agribusiness institutions are signing the document all together. It's not a document of one or other institution. It's a document of the Brazilian agribusiness to the world to be presented in November in Belém. So this is the near future. But what about the distant future? Here's what I would like to ask your attention, and not only to this Congress, but we have to think about preparing to next year. Because at Getúlio Vargas Foundation, we are working on a project that is Agro Brasil 50. And what do we want? We want to deeply discuss who will produce what in the world. But not now, but over time, in the next 50 years, what will we consume from the world and what will happen with agriculture in the world? So the idea is to gather 40 countries, and that's why we are discussing with ministers and ask them to collaborate to have this comprehensive study considering climate changes, water and land available, technology, mechanization, agriculture inputs, everything that will happen, urbanization in the world, aging of the population, changes of eating habits, everything that interferes in consumption and production. And why? So that we have a strategic idea, because unfortunately in Brazil, we've worked in a beautiful way in the management, but without a clear and defined strategy. And we have a lot of good people here. I always say that I graduated 60 years ago. I graduated in agronomy. When I graduated, we would have 400 milligrams of soy produced in Rio Grande do Sul. So this is something that in the world nobody has seen, nothing similar. Only Brazil would do that. But anyways, who planned all that in terms of soy production? Nobody. It simply happened because we had science, technology, entrepreneurship, and public policies and credit that supported this process. So we have to study that strongly, so that we all have this idea of what to do from now on. In the next 25 or 30 years, I mean, from now to 2050. I don't know if I'll be there to sign this document, but I hope to be participating with some of you. Maybe 25 years, I'll be 108 years old. Okay, not impossible considering the technology today, but we need to look at clearly to know what we'll do next year and the year after and after in 2040, because the world is changing drastically and very fast. And we are not looking at that with the strategy to contemplate what is essential. I mean, peace, and peace without food is not possible. Let's work, President. Thank you very much. Have a nice Congress, you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberto Rodrigues. And following our agenda, now we invite to the floor Alberto Amorim, Executive Secretariat of the Agriculture and Supply of São Paulo. First, I would like to thank you very much, that the Secretariat is always invited. And I bring here a word from Guilherme PI saying thank you very much for your support, dedication, and the work that you do, like the whole chain on behalf of the Paulista agriculture and also the Brazilian agriculture. We are historically like partners of like all the institutes. So when we talk about fertilizers, as it has been well said by Eduardo and Roberto, we're talking about like a shift in terms of paradigm. As Pedro Vaz de Caminho said, that one planting, everything we would harvest, but he didn't know how hard it would be like to take care of the land afterwards. And then they are every day like preparing the soil, and like with the family of agricultures, we prepare the soil and we correct, and we use like the cover, and we measure everything that has been harvested. And then we try to figure out what kind of reposition that we will need. And these fertilizers, and when I joined the school, I left it after Roberto left. And I lived like the Malavolta period. So a big frenzy of like fertilizers. And not a lot of people did not read the bulletins and use it in the wrong way. And who corrected? Like the sector, like the industry itself, to prevent that we would use in the wrong way and in the misled way, in creating like final products like financially bad, not sustainable from the financial point of view. And this is unique in the world. And this is what allowed what Paulinelli forecast, and that you helped implement, Roberto, which was the advancement in the non-fertile areas, like the weak areas, bad areas, and now are like the big lung of production of cereals in the world and in Brazil. So what are we missing here? So logistic, management, support that the country takes over like this position of like an agriculture nation very proudly. And then we have to show to those who is using like cotton pants and leather boots and like wool suits and like silk ties and eat and drink every day, and everything comes from the agricultural sector. And behind it, so we have like the defensives, and we have a whole structure fully integrated to produce it. And many times, so the political sector and the cities treat us badly, treat the sectors as like the big villains. We are not the villains. We are the best friends of like people in the cities. So I congratulate all of you for your tenacity and for your fight, and for the victory that you bring to this country, to all the Brazilian people that is moving fast and forward to become the big leader, as the study from GV will show us, like the big leader in sustainability, in peace, and food and food sovereignty. So have a great Congress. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary. So now we will have like the word of like Pedro Lupion, Federal Deputy, the President of the Parliamentary Agriculture Front, in video. So let's watch him. Hello, he is like the Federal Deputy, Pedro Lupion, from the FPA. So important meetings this week, like from the IPA, from the FPA. It's a very important day for us. So I cannot effectively be there with you in this important date for Andam. But I would like to salute Eduardo and Tortorello and to each one of you that enable this moment of discussions in such an important sector. We know the numbers of our harvest is like a record, and we know like the amount of corn and all the other grains that we produce in the international market, but we have to face like very difficult bottlenecks, such as like the external dependency on fertilizers. So you do an exceptional work. So for the importers and the distributors and all that work with the possibility for us like to have access to fertilizers. However, we need to explore ours. So that's why we have Profertil, and we are working in the chamber, and it's been approved by the Senate, like to approve the Profertil, and then like to make it move forward as fast as possible in the Chamber of Deputies, so we can have this positive outcome for the sector, which is extremely important. And we've approved in the Chamber of the Deputies. I was the rapporteur that deals with the PIS/COFINS, especially with the fertilizers, so we can like decrease and minimize the costs and reduce bureaucracy and all the things related to tax collection, so we can put that as fast as possible for vote. And then when we talk about the economy and savings, so we are facing very difficult problem. Freight is very expensive. And then when we have like the exchange in the economy and high interest, and also when we talk about inputs, we're talking about fertilizers that are obviously due to the wars and the problems with this geopolitical relationship with the United States, like difficulties that we have with the imports, and also like high costs. And for that, we're still working hard, like trying to have better negotiations with the United States to improve our situations with Russia and Ukraine and Canada, trying to improve our daily routine. That's why we here, Parliamentary Front, focus on the defense of the rural producers in Brazil and the whole productive chain, all the links of the chain. That's why we are here. That's why we are in Brasilia, acting strongly and with responsibility, like to improve the daily routine of our sector. Congratulations on this journey and discussions, and let's work together to approve Profertil and bring this positive outcome to Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, I will invite Guilherme Campos Jr., the Secretariat of Agriculture Policy of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, on behalf of Carlos Favoro. Good morning, everyone. It's really quite a pleasure, like to be here, like representing Carlos Favoro. And he asked me, like, to give special attention to you, Eduardo, and to the sector, to Anda and Tortorello here, who organized this event. And I've been chased by the Eduardo Monteiro. Yesterday I was in Recife, and Eduardo Monteiro with an event like focusing on like a sugar, and extremely important for all the national agribusiness. So I was listening here carefully to all the speeches and yours, Eduardo, passing to our live legend, then remain live like Ministry, Roberto Rodrigues, and our dear Amorim, and also like send our salute like to Guilherme Piai and the Governor Tarcísio. Amorim is excited with the coffee price. It fell, but it went up again. So no one explains. So it's quite unique at this moment. A special salute to the former Secretary Chiquinho Matoso, so the Secretariat of Agriculture here in the state of São Paulo, and talking about the evolution of like sugarcane in the country. So it began in Pernambuco in 1516, the very first mill, and then São Vicente, 1536, the first commercial plant, and it began with a mill, then it became as a plant, and now it's a biorefinery. So what we do with the sugarcane in Brazil, it's something amazing. So Bortoloso here, like from the Brazilian Society, and so talking about what has been mentioned about like the rural insurance in Brazil that needs a new update. An update like to make it fit with the new insurance needs here in the country. So we can, Professor Roberto Rodrigues, like to have an evolution, and the insurances are much more related to the American moment for the insurance than for the funding. And that was aims like to protect like the rural producers. And the parliamentary front, Guilherme Piau, the parliamentary front that has this important participation in the approval of the legal framework with everything that is necessary so we can evolve the agribusiness in the country. And yes, and we have to be very proud of it. So Brazil is the biggest producer in agro, like a big player, and like an important responsible for the new ordainment of what is produced in the field compared to what is produced in the world. So we talked about like the world order. So we are talking about like a reordainment of what is going to be the world for the next years, and the work developed by FGV and the whole group that you lead, so we can think about what needs to be done in the field, and like what to plant, how much, and to whom we are going to sell. So we can have this applied intelligence to the agribusiness. And what is happening today with the production of rice in Brazil, that it was at 130 reais at the end of last year, and now it's 165. So how can you conciliate that? And Minister Roberto Rodrigues, so we lost this opportunity, like to sell now at 87. And it was available by the federal government, 1,900,000,000 reais for the rural producers could have this option contract. And from the 998, only 960 were used. So mechanism has been granted, but not used. And now, going back like to today's topic of the fertilizers, so we have this concern from the federal government, and also like a concern from the Agriculture Ministry, thinking about what is this big problem in the production for the Brazilian production. So the Achilles heel, so we can have like the levels of productivity and growth. And headed in the ministry by Polidoro here, who helps us in the ministry, and he's a researcher, as an expert in the subject by Embrapa, giving us the opportunity to be discussing here today like the necessary measures and the pathways that we are going to be applying from now on. So along with the parliamentary front, we defend that it's approved, Proferti, and we defend also like the project from a senator that is a Cristina, so it's approved like immediately, to show that there is an alignment between the executive and legislative of the main actions that guide the Brazilian agriculture. So Brazil is like a big player, and this is due to the Brazilian rural producer and supported on technology innovation with the support of a solid public policy headed by the Safra plan. And we have this huge revolution for the past years and decades. So all of you here know much more than I do everything that happened. And we must pay the necessary attention for this moment, which is a moment of like a huge challenge. So all the resources from Plano Safra available to the financial system can meet the demands and irrigating everything is supplying the demands and of those who are beginning like to sow and need to fertilize the land and need to put your product there on the upfront. So we in the ministry are available. So together with you, we can promote the necessary actions so we can get there like to the forefront. Is there anything that is in the bottleneck? So let's discuss and find a solution together. So the more we try to prevent, so time is here, so the time for sowing is now, the time for the fertilizers, the rain will come, and then harvest will come. So we have to work with intelligence and proactivity or complain. So we'd rather work with intelligence and proactivity. So use us so we can tackle the problem and we can use this as like a challenge that we overcame. So a challenge that will place Brazil in this new world geopolitics, taking on its main lead position with no fear, no shame, and without thinking that we are like the big guy, you know. So we have to analyze point after point and get stronger as a nation and the big producers, first of food and then energy. And what happens here in the country is this energetic transition is an example to the world and what is happening in Brazil. So we have like the respect for the environment and sustainability from the approval of the forestry code is an example to the world and of many different actions that are put in practice today on the field and are examples to the world. So what is wrong, no one agrees with. So it should be corrected and taken away from our work plan. What is right must be, we must appraise. So we have a lot of good things and suitable things focusing the future than any other nation in the world. Brazil is the big player for the agribusiness in the world. So COP is here, and Mr. Carlos Favaro invited the IMPA with all their associates to be talking about what the Agriculture Ministry will be talking in the COP to show what the Brazilian agribusiness has and different and better compared to the world, and we have a lot. So look at the example of impact of like the agro defensives and the packages. So we have to be very proud and show this example to the world. And the fine tuning and the discourse of the field in face of the urban speech that much more related to ignorance and lack of knowledge of everything that is done. We have to do our part and bring information to win the challenge of communication along with the urban citizens, according to those who have no understanding of what happens in the Brazilian field. And what happens there is amazing. So congratulations, all of you, along with all the rural producers, are the important link in this chain that makes Brazil this a power in the position of food and energy. So I wish you a great day during this day, and that the light of the Holy Spirit shines on you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Obrigada, secretário.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Republic, Minister of Development, Industry and Services, and President of the National Boards of Fertilizers and Plants, Conferto, Dr. Geraldo Alckmin, couldn't be presentially here, but he wanted to send his words and will follow now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to greet all of you who participate in the 12th Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers here in São Paulo. I send you my best wishes to all businessmen and leaders participating in this important meeting in favor of our fertilizers industry and the Brazilian agribusiness. This year's edition will debate the challenges and opportunities in the sector in the geopolitical and the current geopolitical context. An important topic to reflect on how Brazil can progress in the development of this sector that is so relevant to our economy. Via the National Board of Fertilizers, CONFERT, the government of President Lula is working on the implementation of a set of strategic projects that are both public and private to foster the sector. Also, with BioFert program, BNDES has created a credit line to support the installment and conversion of productive units based on the resources of the Climate Fund for the production of organic and organic mineralized fertilizers. This good moment faced by the agricultural sector is reflecting in the retake of many projects. With the complex in Serra do Salitre, for example, will produce the equivalent to 15% of the national offer of phosphates. Also, with the FAFEM units in Bahia and Sergipe that are to start working again this year, and the recent retake on the operation at ANSA plant in Araucária in Paraná will supply about 20% of the national demand of nitrogenates, reducing our dependency on imports. And in Autazes, a project to explore potassium can produce about 20% of our demand for potassium chloride. Count on us, and then send us your proposals, suggestions, claims after this important meeting. Have a nice day of work. Ladies and gentlemen, we finish now the opening session of the Congress. We ask you to keep your place seated because we will have a special moment with the signing of the Technical Cooperation Agreement celebrated by the Ministry of Agriculture and Supply and Livestock and the National Association to Spread Fertilizers. The main goal of the agreement is strengthen collaboration and interchange knowledge between the private and public sectors, aiming to benefit the Brazilian society via better understanding and access to qualified information on the fertilizer sectors and for plant nutrition. The specific goals of this collaboration include improvement of sectorial statistics, that is a recurring demand of the sector, and that ANDA is working to improve with interchange of information, and fostering the innovation in bio-inputs, production of strategic knowledge, and mobilization of resources for sustainability. To do so, we invite here to the stage for the signing Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, President of the Board of Administrators of ANDA, and Mr. Guilherme Campos Jr., Secretary of Agricultural Policies of the Ministry of Agriculture.
Encerrada a abertura e a assinatura.
After the opening session and the signature of the agreement, now we ask the speakers to go back to their seats on the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next panel, we'll have an English presentation. So if you need, we ask you to get the translation headsets at the theater foyer. We thank for the presence of more than 50 journalists that are here covering this event and the 21 media companies supporting us to spread the news of the Congress. We also thank all participants who are watching us online via YouTube broadcasting with giving us the importance of their audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like your attention to clear something. All comments, opinions, text, images, tables, videos, and iconographic material presented during this 12th Congress of Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers are totally responsibility of the speakers, debaters, or moderators, as well as their companies and entities, and do not necessarily reflect the position of the organizers of the event. We now start the first panel of the day discussing the topic of regenerative agriculture and fertilizers. We ask the audience questions from people present here in the auditorium are in written and sent by the receptionists. To do so, use the question form that are in the backpacks you received when came here. If you watch us via YouTube, please send your questions via chat and do not forget to mention your name, city, and to whom the question is. To coordinate this panel, we invite again to the stage Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, President of the Board of Administrators of ANDA. And as debaters, Mr. Wang, Executive Vice President of Mosaic. Mr. José Carlos Polidoro, supporter from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. And we also invite Mr. Francisco Maturro, Executive President of ILPF Network. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the audience present here and the online audience to watch the video of our master sponsor, Mosaic. Over the next decades, the world has a great challenge to double the production of food to comply with the growing population, as well as work in harmony with the environment. At Mosaic, we understand and embrace this challenge to increase the productivity in the field, the availability of food in the world, and improve the reality of communities where we work. Mosaic, helping the world to produce the food they need. To have the first panel of the day, I pass on the floor to Mr. Eduardo, who will guide the works. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Board of ANDA, we thank you for your presence. Polidoro, great reference on agriculture with the services provided to our sector. And I would like to thank also for Jenny Wang, the Vice President Commercial and Executive Vice President of Mosaic, that is facing a transformation process in the topic that we'll discuss here, that is biotechnology and inputs. And also I thank my dear friend, and that I can call Chiquinho, because he's been my longtime friend, Francisco Latorro, a public figure that provides a lot of services to the Brazilian agriculture. And to start our first panel here, our debate, I'll invite Polidoro to talk a little bit about a wonderful process, because I'm used to traveling the whole country a lot, and I see we live a recurring transformation, and we are in the epicenter of an important change regarding bioenergy. The field is changing, Polidoro. Today, Mato Grosso has a production of corn that is greater than soy, and we see all the ethanol and corn plants spread all over the country. On the other hand, we also see the rise of new technologies in the field, new technologies that are pushed by the Brazilian farmers that are open to find the new and embrace the new. And most importantly, we have a potential in the Brazilian agriculture that is wonderful. We have areas of pasture that can be changed, converted into agriculture, bringing gains in efficiency in a wonderful way to the sector, and most importantly, with a direct impact in our productive chain of fertilizers. And why am I saying all that? Because Polidoro is wonderfully working on this process, and we have incredible figures to show you. I was talking to Polidoro before, and I told him he will calibrate the mood of the conference, not thinking about this year, but this medium and long-term perspective, in which we are talking about a market that can reach 70 million tons, and the Ministry of Agriculture is working under the coordination of Polidoro. So Polidoro, please talk a little bit about this product. Yes, feel free for that. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you all are as honored as I am at this moment. Obviously, first of all, I am here because Minister Carlos Favaro, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, that is represented here by our Secretary of Agriculture Policies, that is known by you, Bernardo Campos, and especially to the young Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Lacerda, and the leaders here know that since the first day of government, we opened the doors of the ministry more than they were already open, facing the challenges that we took them regarding the transformations that the sector is suffering. Therefore, we here are daring to bring to the whole mass of the fertilizer sector a demonstration on the power that this country has when public policies, my dear Minister Roberto Rodrigues, are made to be state policies. And this is our goal at the Ministry of Agriculture. It is quite well known. You were a minister, you know, to us there is no politics, laws, decrees, ordinances, if it's not for the welfare of the state. And this is one more demonstration of that. As a proud soil scientist, by Embrapa, our dear company, I can say that our greatest natural good, the pillar of our success, is the Brazilian soil, and the way we conquered its use in a rational and sustainable way to this abundance that Eduardo mentioned here, because if we go to the Brazilian countryside and the fields, we understand this phenomenon that is in the country for more than a decade, and we cannot stop this process because this is the Brazilian agro-business that decided that will be this way, and in the state we only provide the best way for that to happen, but the soils are almost perfect. We lack something that the tropical climate, weather, environment provides us, that are nutrients. So we are almost perfect. But then we have the famous letter of Pero Vaz de Caminha that was corrected by us in the last 5 decades, because we know that in the country, everything we plant provides, but we need fertilizers. With fertilizers, we can. And we saw we had a huge success with that. And we are now proud in Embrapa, in the unit I've been working for 20 years, to publish this map. This map should be the Bible of all technicians, not only in the fertilizer sector, but in the Brazilian agrobusiness, because it shows when, where, how, what to plant, what is the aptitude of the Brazilian soil, something that is for the first time nationally published. And when we see the green, light green and yellow, this is where we have the most perfect areas available to plant and advance with agriculture and livestock in the country. And with all that, it's not a surprise. Maybe it's a surprise to you if you don't know the agriculture in our country. But it's not a surprise to us, and that's why we decided to work in less than 10% of the national territory. And if we double of our agriculture, and we in fact don't want to have any movement on the natural areas. We won't have any deforestation to produce double of what to do. As Minister Roberto likes to talk about the billion tons of grains produced in the countries in the next decades. And here we have a huge area. So Brazil, I have no doubt, that is the most important power in the agrobusiness. And we have a public policy that is based on this agrobusiness power, is creating what we consider in the Ministry of Agriculture the greatest program for environmental recovery in the country. We are recovering the rural areas where we have degraded lands for productive systems. So to pay homage to the IELPF network, I brought two emblematic pictures because we are not having natural areas changed to produce one crop of soy or corn or cotton, not even two. We are searching for 3, 10, 11, 12 months of occupation in the territory, producing with high income, high yield compared to the best countries in the world. And it is based on that this program, Caminho Verde, is working. We had a beautiful name for the program in the past, but we changed it because it is what reflects this presidential decree that entitled us to comply with this commitment on the state side of the country in partnership with the private sector. Well, this projection of the consumption of fertilizers or the demand of fertilizers in Brazil that Brazil could have was a projection carried out in 2020, and we are following this green pathway since then. Coincidence or not, I chose green because we are following the optimistic pathway. That is, the demand for fertilizers in the country since 2020 is intensively growing. And the numbers are matching the ones launched by ANDA every year, but it was foreseen in 2020. And we have the program of conversion of pastures that were created in 23. And according to this calculation, we don't have the demand estimated converting pastures with a poor soil in nutrients with other levels of degradation into productive areas. And then there is this need of starting to discuss a different scenario. There is a scenario that I want to show you with some important challenges. I mean, we have a problem that is we have a growing demand facing an extremely complex logistics. We have clear issues regarding the fact that if we do not increase the national production, our logistics will not respond in terms of spreading and connections of modals to spread the demand to the countryside of the country, as Mato Grosso is the national greatest consumer of fertilizers. So we have amplified challenges by this new reality that we'll explore here. But we have many, many challenges, among which we have an expanding market that I would like to greet here Miss Jenny Wang, and I said before that we were talking about a new market, bringing a new industry of fertilizers to the country. That is the International Fertilizers Industry Association, publishing that about 30% of the market in 2030 will be new in products and technologies that maybe we don't even have available on the market today. So it's a huge window of opportunity to Brazil. We have to make good use of this window of opportunity. And here we have something that is a point that we have to consider, that is a critical point to our sector. I mean, fertilizers are still fancy input in this country, because most of country farmers are family farmers, and they say they never used 1 kilo of fertilizers in their properties. Maybe when we have programs to use calcareum. So maybe this is one of the deepest roots of this critical issue that every year we have, that we say that food are the villains of inflation. And this market is not counted on what I'll show here. Because if the family farmers start using 2 bags of fertilizers a year, which is a very few, will have an even more intensive demand on our sector.
And we also have a problem like a climate emergency. And when we are very near like the COP30, and we must very clearly indicate that if we are evolving as a market of fertilizers in terms of demand, we must understand that our offer must be like via like the decarbonization that therefore will reflect on the final product and the impact of the Brazilian agriculture on the global climate change. And where is this change going to happen? And then we have like the work from Embrapa. 80 million hectares are with like degraded pasture in this country, and around 40 million hectares are ready like for agriculture. So they are not a problem to decide and plant those areas in terms of aptitude, in terms of like soil, climate. And so here it's small, but this number is not like by chance. So it was like a very deep, serious work by Embrapa that brought us that 40 million hectares, and among them 28 million hectares are for the intensive agriculture. The one that we have like the best examples like related to the integrated systems like livestock, forests, and its derivation. So it's obvious that these lands are in the hands of our agricultures. These lands have no problem with environmental licensing. They are just like bad occupied by livestock production of low productivity, because the pastures cannot handle more intensification. And here the question that Tortorello asked us when we began talking about this cooperation agreement that has signed just like a few minutes ago. So the first question is, so we are going to have like this cooperation agreement, but we must answer this question. What is the impact of like the Caminhos Verdes over the sector? So we did our homework, and then we compiled the data, like the main database that are not connected. They are very dispersed, and we apply a methodology based on science, and we use very important tools in terms of statistics, so machine learning, AI. But then we went back like to the human beings, and we are validating with the specialists. So what I'm going to show you now is the result of this work, which is an ongoing. And here I consider it's a critical moment so we can validate and correct like the way this work is going to. So, but there is a lot of statistic consistency on what we are about to show you. And this is the reality. You may see that up to 2030. So we have like the public policy, and we have like 3 million hectares like converted pasture, like a result of the policy by means of like agriculture credit and public funding. But after 2030, what we are going to have like a distancing from the blue line, which is the demand that we are following, like in the optimistic scenario that I showed you previously, and there is a decoupling of like 2 million tons of encouraged demand or plus demand, which is strongly positive for the Brazilian market, will bring like to the sector. But after 2030, when we have a very positive scenario in terms of like credit, when we saw the EcoInvest auction for the program, there was like an encouragement by the private sector, like 10, 12 times more than what was applied by the central bank. So we do have a market which is willing to sponsor this revolution. And then from then on, we will have an increase much more aggressive. And then we will get to 2036 at the end of the 10 years of the enforcement of the decree with a scenario over the sector of like approximately 10 million tons of fertilizers. So with this scenario, this is very challenging. And it's a scenario that sets an alarm, but there are a lot of opportunities, very clear. For us, the Brazilian state, like the investments in logistics, they must be specifically thought out for the chain. So otherwise, we won't be able to achieve our goals. And the second is that Brazil will move forward like to better productions and eventually become like the second fertilizer consumers in the world for the next 10 to 15 years. So it's a unique environment for innovation. At this moment, we have the opportunity to introduce novelties because we have a lot of demand. And also it brings, and it's good that we had good news like from our legislative with the president of the parliamentary front, Pedro Lupion, saying that Profertil, so the 699-23 is going to be approved next week. We are going to be here, Fiesp, and it must be approved because it unblocks financing. It gives like the signal like to the Brazilian state that we can bet on in investments of very high technology, and it will take like $4 billion in terms of investment coming back, including like the Eurocan. That's not easy to do. So we must give this message. And our vice president and the Ministry of like Industry and Commerce, our leader, Jaldo Alckmin, saying very clearly that the commitment, because it states what we are doing every day in order to make it happen. But Conferti is not like a public entity. It's a public-private. We have our representations, private representations, that will make this opportunity valid. And all these ministerial boards, historically speaking, they were close to public representatives. We do have the opportunities. And now, to close my presentation, I want to show you where this is going to happen. Because for me, this is the bad news. Obviously, like the degraded pastures are in the biomes of Cerrado and the Amazon. Those who are in the fields and look at the maps, studies, and read newspapers know that, obviously. But what is the most important thing here is that we do have a unique opportunity. And in the COP, Minister Roberto Rodrigues, we, with the fertilizer, we will prevent deforestation. So illegal or legal, because we have like the pastures that have been implemented for decades in the Amazon region, in the Cerrado region, and the pre-Amazon region, and they are extremely ready for agriculture. So the number there, we hope that it's that we make it happen. We hope that we deliver the amount of fertilizers to Cerrado and the Amazon. And then, in fact, we will be showing and proving that fertilizers are one of the most important factors So our objectives and commitments with the decarbonization of the economy that we have with the international bodies are met. And then finally, we are no longer connecting like fertilizers to an industry that will bring to the field with this discourse of like the common sense of the common citizen, products that may pollute the soil and the waters, to be like the implementers of the sustainability in the country. So that's where we are. The numbers that we kindly bring to you in a very humble way. And on behalf of the Agriculture Ministry, we thank you all for the attention. Thank you very much, Polidoro. So very good explanation. As I said before, we do have excellent perspectives when we look at the future of fertilizers, not only backed by the initiatives from the industry, but also scientific studies supported by a renowned entities such as Embrapa that show the huge potential that Brazil has, and not only the potential, but also highlighting the role of like this big agent of sustainability and that our sector represents. But within this context now, I would like to invite Chiquinho to talk a little bit. So within this perspective, a sectorial perspective, you has this important role, especially in the topic that we're going to talk about now. So Brazil is ready for this management. We have very interesting projects that show like integration of agriculture, livestock, forest. So at some moment we have a project in areas that we have like 4-5 crops per year. And within this topic, I would like to invite you, Shaquin, to give your statement and give your perspective. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Much better. So a few days ago, we had like our Congress here in 24 editions. So Roberto Rodrigues was the president of that organization at the time. And then we had like the very first Congress of ABAG. And this is the 12th Congress of ANDA. So that means that we all worked on behalf of like important programs. So many governance, like since 2002 until now, we also had like from 2012 now, and we are still following the same trajectory, looking of what is best for Brazil. So saluting Eduardo, like for bringing us here, my friend Polidoro, great researcher and enthusiast, and Jane. Jane, you know, I do not know you well, but I want to know you more. So good morning, Guilherme Campos, José, always very kind. And the secretariat of our is in good hands. So you show, and you count on an amazing team from the Agriculture Ministry, Sérgio Bortoloso, that fights for the cause. I'm not going to take too long here, but I will talk a little bit about actually like to give credit to Pedro Vaz de Caminho. So he said that, but he didn't know that we have Cerrado. And he also didn't know that someone like a counter citizen would create like 138 years ago would create like an institute, and he didn't know that one day we would have our Embrapa. So research came into play, and we are continuously producing and producing more and more in this country. Pedro Vaz de Caminho is gone, so Roberto, you're fine. So it's a British study that said that man is going to live 200 years of age. So, and you will sign the document in 2050 easily. So this document is yours. And I hope that you will invite me for the signature. So we have here a photograph We have the integration like agriculture, livestock, and forest. And the third picture is that talks about like integration of livestock and forest. Any combination is possible. Mango and milk is bad, but it's not bad. So we can have many different combinations in a country of a tropical climate, such as ours. So where are we heading? So where should I point at? All right. In 2006, so we had like a state program, and we began promoting the integration of livestock, agriculture, and forest in a farm in Palmeri. So a project of our Embrapa, and as many projects are in different drawers. So some may work and some may not. So we took them out of the drawer, and we had a public-private partnership. We have lots of companies providing support. And I'd like to say that our scientific arm, Embrapa, Bradesco, Cocamar, João de Soesp, Suzano, Syngenta, and Kimaki Agro, the president is here, and we have more people of ours here. And this is good for the country, like a public-private partnership that ends up like making things happen. Here we have a farm. So on the left, I think it's Roberto Rodrigues. The other one might be mine. So we have like the degradation. So I believe that the one, you as an agronomist, you have like a good scenario here. So here is the very same property one that enter like the integration program, and it's ongoing process. And the other one is still issuing carbon, and the other one is like sequestering. So this is the word that has been mentioned by my friend Polidoro. So Brazilian are an agro-environmentalist. We are in a process of conversion, like converting like degraded farms, degraded pastures in areas that are productive. So we have an example of Santa Brígida where we began. We were there, remember? And this farm was like a plantation of just like termites. And termites, that was it, like acid soil, sandy. And now the farm is absolutely beautiful. And I say that Santa Brígida changed like the parameter in that region, a region where luxury at that time was like to have like a cart like pulled by a bull, so maybe like salt with anything added to it. So the region changed the IDH, and now we have more than 1,000 tractors. We have 480 like harvesters, which was like the last time that we could count them, meaning that all the surrounding changed, like the city and the region, and everyone prosper. So the state of Goiás, thank very much, everything that is being done there. And here we have like the data from Santa Brígida and official data from our Embrapa that checks since day one. So you see 1.8 of like organic material, and people know what I'm talking about. So the farm now has 3.8 of organic material. We had like an animal capacity of like half unit per hectare. Now we have like 4. What we all have to do is look at the numbers. So in the 18 years, 19 years, it's not a miracle. This is work, a lot of work. So meat, like 75 kilos for 1,000 plus kilos, 2.7 tons of soy per 4.5, and not even like the West in the United States. They die of enviousness. And when they look at our Cerrado producing what we do, so it's 5.4 tons per hectare to 13.2 tons per hectare. So this is the best example that we have to show what we do right works, but with science. So without science and without knowledge and without correction of the soil and inputs, it would be impossible. So look at where we are. And I know that Polidoro has other numbers and has numbers even bigger than ours, because in 2022, and there is a reason. So we are saying like 17,430,000, and you disclose much more than that by Embrapa and the map, because this works. Because here we have like an agriculture that is with the consciousness, technology, but more than that, with profitability. Because without income, a property like this one or any other, it's like love of a teenager, will only last until like just the day after. So here it ensures like revenue and ensures results, like the change of the IDH and the region. So here I bring some numbers that are well-known all over Brazil. But we made sure like to add a little bit more. So we talk about production, and we talk about production of cereal, but there is much more than just cereal. Yeah, we bring like the sugarcane production, and we brought the production of cotton and eggs. Brazil produced this year 62 billion eggs this year. This is an absurd, which also gets into the protein chain. And not a lot of people talk about that, we are big on that. 25 million tons of like cellulose. That is also agro. It's also culture. 29% of our GDP and 164 billion in exports, 28 millions of like job positions. It's something to be respected. No other sector in the Brazilian economy, no one like saves what agro saves.
I will go on, and Polidoro mentioned this topic. We take less than 10% of our territory. We'll keep growing, but we won't destroy any tree, especially because deforestation costs really a lot, and we have the police behind us. It's more complicated. Here's the use of the land in Brazil. Considering the pastures, we use 30% of the territory. And now I come here to what we have in pastures. Our data is Embrapa. 159 million hectares in pastures here. I won't even talk about degraded, although it's here. 101 million hectares with some level of degradation. If you want, I'll give you the example of São Paulo. 50 million only in São Paulo. It's a small state in terms of territory with a high population and 5 million hectares to be incorporated. Well, here's our universe of opportunities. We can convert degraded pasture and pasture that no matter how managed it is, it can also have a reform. We cannot have the same pasture 3-4 years because we'll raise poor cattle, and it's complicated. So here I bring some figures that I want to show, and I have to say that this belongs to São Paulo. So here's Bulletin 100. This is the Bible to the producer and agronomists, to have this bulletin with all data compiled by Dr. Heitor Cantarella. Is he here? Let me see him. I'm pretty sure he is. Light disturb us, but I'm pretty sure he is there. But anyways, in São Paulo, and I'll read it better here. Do you believe that Brazil is different than that? I don't think so. Because look, agriculture and soil. 399,000 properties analyzed by our CAT, 53% not using soil analysis. 67% without correction of soil. It's only the basic calcium, the starting point. Probably it's the first economy class is correction of soil. 41% do not use manure as recommendation. Polidoro says that if we use 2 bags of it, we can grow a lot in our production, in our productivity, and mainly in the income of producer. This initiative of more fertile soil in our management in the Secretary. This is a program that we created with the funding and distribution of limestone. It's not only buying, we need to have the liming properly done. And the goal is a small property. So what is the concept of a small property? We have 4 fiscal modules in Brazil defined by the Brazilian Statistic Program, and each municipality has their own program. 70% of Brazil are of small properties. In the state of São Paulo, 87% of the territory is of small properties according to this concept of the fiscal mode that goes from 5 to 110 hectares per module. Let me resume it a little. Dr. Cantarella, congratulations for this work, this compilation of the 3rd edition of Boletim 100 with all that. And here I bring data that are not ours, but are interesting data, because someone mentioned here the press, the media. And let's say that the great migration in Brazil to the urban centers, not to the big centers, but even to small cities like Guariba, Matão, right, Roberto, that are in this kind of territory. And a lot of people migrated in the 70s. And this population doesn't exist anymore. The population is already gone. And 87% of the urban Brazilian population today is shows that 86% in São Paulo, and in Ribeirão Preto, 97% of the population is urban. So the media, those living in the urban area, are not obliged to know, but we are obliged to inform this. I mean, sustainable agriculture. This is a study from Unesp Botucatu that is a very serious one, measuring the use of defensive by ton of food produced. So this is what the study brings. The oldest population in Japan, that is $95 for ton of food produced, and Brazil with $8 per ton of food produced. So here's a data from INPEV, completely official, that is the collection and recycling of packages of agrochemicals. Argentina collects and recycles 14%. Look at the map, and Brazil is the world champion in collection and recycling of empty packs. So this is quite a responsible agrobusiness. And with that, I close. Thank you for the opportunity to Eduardo, Dr. Tarell. I cannot see him, but I know he's there. I thank for the opportunity of showing to Brazil what we are doing in the proper way, making mistakes, correcting, and making it correctly, and going on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chiquinho. Thank you for your words. And ladies and gentlemen, now to finish our panel, we are watching this wonderful revolution involving sustainability and involving the progress of technologies. And within this panel, we complemented by bringing a little bit of the initial, the private sector initiatives. And Mosaic is a little within this movement. They are a great protagonist in the Brazilian and world markets with their own platform that is quite innovative. We see disruptive products in our pipeline of technology. And for that, I would like to invite Jenny Wang to talk a little bit about how Mosaic is inserting in this context. Jenny?
Good morning. I'd like to start probably to have a brief introduction about Mosaic. And I'd like to provide some figures and facts about biologicals, bio-inputs in the agriculture. I'd like to talk about Mosaic in this area in support soil regeneration and the sustainable growth of agriculture. And also I'd like to call out some of the challenges and the activities. Let me start a very brief introduction about Mosaic. So as many of you know, Mosaic is the world leader in production of phosphate and potash. And we've done this for more than 40 years. In 2018, in Brazil, we started a journey of vertically integrate production of fertilizers and the distribution in this wonderful land called Brazil. In terms of the demand to crop nutrients, as we just heard from Mr. Polidoro's study, that fertilizer industry is playing a critical role in driving the sustainable growth of agriculture in Brazil. So that is one of the motivations that Mosaic started to get into the sustainable agriculture space, which we call Mosaic Bioscience. We started this journey about 2 years ago with the aim to improve our customers, i.e. farmers, with crop yield, but also to improve soil and soil regeneration. So let me give you some facts and figures about bio-input in agriculture in the world and also in Brazil. So let me start the use of crop input, bio-input in Brazil grew by 13% in the last crop year, 2024-2025. The last 3 years average of the growth in Brazil was 22%. This is 4 times higher than the global average. So Brazil is the world leader in the adoption of biological input and bio-input technologies, in particular in inoculants, biofertilizers, and biostimulants. So not only the private sector is interested into bio-input space, the Brazil's national fertilizer plan also indicates that product and agronomical innovation will be the key to support the fertilizer needs in the next decades. So biological fertilizer industry is taken as a complement to improve the efficiency of mineral fertilizers. It is not to compete with fertilizer industries. So the question that I had, and many of you might have, was why we have this topic on this panel. So the relevance of this topic is bio-input does promote soil regeneration in addition to improve crop yield for farmers. And this is along with other many practices in Brazil which were very well established to promote sustainable agriculture growth. So the practices include, many of you are very familiar with, things like no-tillage farming, crop rotation, and the covered crop. And these are very well adopted in Brazil in large scale. Just for no-tillage planting in Brazil last year, that has reached to 33 million hectares. So I would say Brazil is really leading this space, not only following when we think about bio-input revolution. We are in the leading age. Next, I'd like to talk about Mosaic's bioscience. As I mentioned, we started investment in R&D and the study of bioscience space probably 2 years ago. And we started to get into Brazil right in March last year at this time. The products that we are focusing in the bio-input space in Brazil are mainly biofertilizers, inoculants, and organominerals for soybeans and corn. We offer products that activate biological potential between soil, plants, and also microbiome that is going to improve crop yield, but also creating more possibility for soil health. So Mosaic Bioscience represents our strategy in sustainable growth in agriculture in Brazil. And also, we have ambition to be a bio-crop nutrition company, leading company in Brazil. And our wide market access in Brazil will enable us to do so. So like in many other new technologies, farmers, the end users of these biosolutions, they only believe it after they tested it themselves. So we have started a very wide field testing by farmers themselves. In the coming crop year, 2025-2026 harvest, we are having more than 1,000 field trials by farmers themselves here in Brazil. So not only we are investing in farmers to try out our new technologies, we're investing in R&D as well. As you can imagine, our major investment in R&D started from the US. And now we are getting into Brazil, which is one of our major markets, by investing in R&D, basically trying the new technologies. So far, we have invested over 4 million reais in different universities here in Brazil. So for the next year, we are going to launch at least new leading-edge technologies in biological space. So these technologies are targeting at very different segments. So I can give you a brief view about the technologies which are currently going through registration process here in Brazil that include nitrogen fixator, which have much longer shelf life on seeds. And we have also a technology called phosphorus solubilizer, which can be applied on fertilizers and to be applied in the field. And then also we have foliar biological product to help the grain to boost its filling. So more to come on Mosaic's bioscience. Now I'd like to touch a little bit about innovation brought by multi-functional mineral fertilizers. So Mosaic is working very closely with farmers with different to adopt regenerative practices to the regional realities, especially here in Brazil, in order to boost productivity with environmental responsibilities. The combination of mineral and biological input improves soil moisture and help water retention and also biodiversity, which result in great efficiency and productivity. So there are a lot of proven results in the field. So in Uberradia, the adoption of regenerative practices combined use of our bio-input product, Ambio-Phos and Ambio-Hydro, have generated significant results. For example, in corn silage, producers recorded more than 4 tons per hectare by using this biosolution versus traditional management. For soybean crops, the application of the same solution has helped farmers to generate 3 more bags per hectare, demonstrating the positive impact of these technologies on the production efficiency and agricultural sustainability. So the synergies between mineral fertilizer and biological solutions is an innovation that transforms soil to a strategic asset, which are healthier, more productive, and more resilient. And more importantly, biological solutions complement mineral fertilizers and improve their efficiency. So lastly, let me talk about challenges and opportunities ahead of us. So Brazil has taken a big step forward by advancing regulations for bio-inputs and also overall bio-industry. The framework created are key to assure high quality and safety product to growers. It is very important for national regulations to keep pace with the technological advancement, especially in Brazil, as the farmers are more noble and open to their growing use of bio-input, and also a very high acceptance to the biological products in agriculture and livestock. So in the case of plant nutrition, Brazil has an important opportunity to facilitate the registration of products. These are safe and high quality, and to accept biofertilizers, which fulfill multiple benefit to the farmers. So because this is the future, and Brazil has to lead it. I will close my comment from here. Back to you, Eduardo. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, for the contributions and the perspective from the business point of view and the view of the industry facing all this revolution that we have in terms of technology. And here, just a reminder, we have our assistants here in the audience to collect your questions. If you want to ask, write them and handle them to our assistants, and I'll filter. But I'll start the debate here. Well, Polidoro, the study that you presented brings premises that I would say that are daring in terms of area conversion or in terms of consumption of fertilizers. What premises do we adopt here in terms of growth of cultures? Because this is one of the questions that always guide the business view. I mean, the economic viability. So you are foreseeing in the study an optimism, and this optimism reflects a consumption position of the products or a deflation of the prices of agricultural commodities, and could it somehow impact your model? I know you created many scenarios, but I would like to hear from you.
Well, Eduardo, this question is basic because we have to provide a detail on what we did. So the first thing is, so the way we look at the conversion of pastures, it's not exclusively for one specific segment. So we're thinking about like producing soy or cotton alone. So the country and the world demands fruits, vegetables, energy. Because I live in the state of Rio de Janeiro, a very clear case. So we do have a project of 20,000 hectares for reforestation, like to produce energy, and we need fertilizers. That is another one for eucalyptus, like to produce energy. So this is like the future, the fuel for aviation and so on. So all those factors are considered because a very clear trends happening in the Brazilian market. As you mentioned, corn, it's not only now to transform in animal protein. So corn is being used for energy as well. Besides, we also take into consideration that we have another opportunity, and I would like to take this opportunity and salute and thank ANDA and all the companies connected, especially Simply Fertil and Absolo, because the companies like especially Petrobras, OCP, and Yara, Fertilizer and Galvani, because you have already declared that, as Dr. Wang mentioned, we want to burst the bubble, technological bubble of the sector. We also have this factor. So we are creating in this fertilizers excellence center, like public and private, that the bio-inputs, Brazil is going to be the exporter of bio-inputs. So we have a diversification of this matrix of fertilizers. So inputs for like plant nutrition. And also we consider in this modeling. So thank you. Yeah, well, it's quite diversified. And here, Polidoro, I have a question for Jane. So Gabrielle from our audience is asking you how the biofertilizers can collaborate for productivity and sustainability, and what is missing for more disclosure of these technologies.
Okay, so how that help to sustainably use fertilizer? I would start to say, in general, around globe, fertilizers, mineral fertilizers applied by farmers, more than 50% of them are not used by crops. This number are much lower in certain countries, in certain soil type. There are certain areas for phosphate fertilizers applied by the farmers in a year. Sometimes only 30% of them can be uptaken by crops. In terms of the nitrogen, the use efficiency is even lower because of the nature of the fertilizer. So bio-inputs, bio-solutions are coming in to help either improve the use efficiency like nitrogen, or by helping the crops to improve the uptake of fertilizers, especially on phosphorus in the fertilizers, so that the usage, the efficiency of the fertilizers farmers invested can be really used by the crops. So that's basically how the efficiency part of the bio-input biological product plays in the fertilizer industry. What is missing is that question as well. I would say it's probably in Brazil in particular, is the regulation, the registration process. I know the country is taking steps on creating framework, on regulating the product registration especially for bio-crop nutrition, biofertilizers. I'm just hoping this progress of regulatory process are taking a faster pace because the technologies are advancing very fast. So Brazil as a country, very open to biological products and the very big farmers base been using bio inputs. The regulations should be the enabler instead of the lagger as we talk about new technologies to be adopted in Brazil.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Chiquinho.
Chiquinho, now let me ask you something. So Polidoro gave a perspective here, like in terms of adoption and like area conversion and new technologies, and Jane talked about products, and you talk a little bit about management. And I travel a lot in the field in Brazil, and I always face situations that harm like the agricultures in Brazil. It's labor. So what is your understanding about like qualified labor to supply all this growth, demand, and also this technological sophistication that the field is undergoing? In fact, Eduardo, you touched one point that is crucial for the country. And we are not talking about qualified labor, we are talking about labor. In our industries, we are hiring people to be trained and be ready for basic service, and then thinking about those who can evolve. This is a big problem. And the big problem and the opportunity is in the revenue. So when we offer like a proper remuneration and more than what they receive according to assistantialism, labor will appear. So labor is here in the country. We are blessed by the mixture of like races, and this is so important in the country. And we are people that want to work, and assistantialism without an exit door is not bringing to the country like the proper labor. And I talk about assistantialism is necessary, but it's also necessary to have an exit door. The way it is, it's a little bit difficult to have labor, not even non-qualified. Thank you. So this is a big challenge that we have. And now we are coming to the end of our panel. We have like 2 minutes for the conclusion. I received a lot of questions, and I will leave with the organizers. And then eventually you will have your answers, your questions have your names. But I want to get one question, like a broad question that was asked to all our panelists here. It's a general overview on how you consider like the impacts on the climate change in the scenario that we have just discussed. So would you like to begin, Polidoro? Well, just a few years, like in the agribusiness field, we've been modeling like the adaptation to climate change. So no doubt about it. So we have lots of different scenarios related to the coffee crops and the impact on the climate risk, because our agricultural zoning in terms of risk, which is amazing, is undeniable for our support, and we have to take that into consideration. We are trying, not only Embrapa, obviously, we have FGV and INPE and others, and many different ministries trying to have this futurology study database. But what is important is that the conclusion, the agricultural areas in Brazil are not going to become smaller in terms of like vocation. What is more important on all of that, we as citizens who work for the Brazilian state, we have to, we cannot give up like from public policies that project this scenario. What we try, in terms of like the pasture conversions, is to create a movement like a win-win, so we can build the best way to continue moving forward with our agriculture that breaks records every year, in face of this situation that for us is unquestionable. In face of the climate changes, and we talk about adaptation, and you look at the genetic improvement that we have in our institutions, they are considering this very strongly, Polidoro. Thank you, Jenny. Now, okay.
I will have to say it's a question we can openly discuss, climate change in Brazil. I can tell you this is not a topic that we can openly discuss in the US. Think about the political environment. So openly talk about climate change, I personally believe it is a fact. It is not projection. I think we're on the same page. As fertilizer industry, we do have a role to play as dealing with the climate change and working together with our farmers. And as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of practices being adopted in Brazil. The no-tillage farming, crop rotation, covered crops. And also there are a lot of mechanisms in Brazil, policies in Brazil to support the industry, the farmers to deal with the climate change, which is great. Again, far ahead of what is going on in the US. Lastly, I would say for fertilizers, Mosaic is one of the companies, along with many of our peers, promoting 4R, using fertilizers at the right rate, at the right place, using the right dosage, and on the right soil type. And in addition to it, the biological bio-input will step in to help improve the efficiency of mineral fertilizers, which is directly contribute to the climate change management. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Chiquinho?
So climate change is here. This is a fact. We are going to have like extreme rainfalls in all the country, and what we rely on is our big capacity of our research, both public and private, for our defensive seeds and fertilizers. more modern and more efficient, and we rely on the capacity that the Brazilian agricultures have to absorb new technologies. This is extraordinary. So with that, I would like to thank you all, Chiquinho, Jane, and Polidoro, for being here with us. And I hope that this first debate of the day has awakened like this feeling of like curiosity in all of you. First, showing perspectives that are quite positive and a long run, showing that the same present here, like discussing the Brazilian agribusiness, has the role of like the main player, both continue like supplying this promising market, but also bringing innovation, technology, and sustainability. So thank you all very much.
Amigas e amigos.
Dear friends, so we kindly ask like the ones on the stage like to wait, and we invite our online like to watch our master sponsors video. So the future of agribusiness, you must make like responsible choices. So Teixeira Textile, we do this every day with trackable processes, raw material recycle, and a commitment with sustainability. With this vision, we've developed the big bag Teixeira Rever, like the first big bag sustainable, done with recyclable raw material obtained by the reverse logistic used in the agribusiness, like from harvest to recycling, from transformation to the new production, a full cycle, trackable and ready, like to go back to the field with a high performance and with environmental impact reduced. So the big bag Teixeira reverse reduce by 24%, and the use of like fossil resources 25%, and the impact on the ozone layer, and prevents up to 7 tons of CO2, up to 10,000 units. Internationally recognized, the big bag Teixeira reverse redefined the concept of like the bags produced with the same excellency, and then ensure Teixeira Textile certifications ISO 192 and 4001 in this ESG transparent and alive. Teixeira reverse, big bags that carry more than products, they carry purpose. We thank you all the participants of the first panel. So ladies and gentlemen, so now closing the first panel of the day, we invite you for a coffee break that is going to be served on the main sponsors room. So for those who are online with us, we inform that we will return at 11:40.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar um mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagem.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar um mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Rafitec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas.
Senhoras e senhores, retornamos agora para o nosso segundo painel, enquanto todos...
So please, while you come back to your seats for our second panel, let's remember our sponsors. The Brazilian Fertilizers Congress, on behalf of ANDA, has the master sponsorship of Euroquem, Fertiminas, Mosaic, NAC Global, OCP Brasil, Teixeira Têxtil, and Yara Brasil. Gold sponsor of Adfert, Adofertil, Andritz, Cesur, and Raftec. And silver sponsorship of Acron, Cesari, Galvani, and Rocha Terminais.
Senhoras e senhores,
ladies and gentlemen, to go on with our agenda of the day, we will now follow the second panel on this Congress.
o painel 2 do Congresso Brasileiro de Fertilizers.
The 12th Brazilian Fertilizers Congress will discuss now about the Brazilian economy, agribusiness, and fertilizers. We invite you once again to have your questions in written and sent to the stage via the receptionists in the room. For that, use the form that you received within your backpack. If you're following us via YouTube, please send your question via chat with your name, city, and to whom the question is. To coordinate this panel, we are honored to invite to the stage Mr. Maicon Cossa, Council of Under Director of Eurochem Brazil. As speakers, we invite Mr. Jefferson Souza, Fertilizers Analyst at Agriinvest Commodities. We also invite to the stage Mr. Sérgio Vale, Head Economist of MB Associates. And as debater, Mr. Guilherme Campos, Junior Secretary of Agricultural Policies from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all present here and also our online audience to watch the video of Eurochem, our master sponsor. We are Eurochem. From the mine to the table, we are committed to the Brazilian agriculture. Every day, farmers dedicate to produce the food to move the world. People that, like Pedro, Rafael, Nilvani, and Igor, make the Brazilian agriculture one of the most important in the world. It is with them that Eurochem, we are with a global presence, national production in the complex in Minas, and we are proud to be launching the premium Coprex product line that so far were only important, and this year we are nationalizing technology and producing in our complex. So this plant is really important in the production of phosphate fertilizers in Brazil. From now on, we convert more and more the production of salines into chemicals to add more value to our farmers. Our business is to create nutritional solutions with high technology to improve the quality and the productivity of the field. The effective line is world known via the quality of the product, and being able to produce in Brazil, keeping this standard of quality makes us very proud because, in fact, we show that we understand the real need of the Brazilian production when we brought NPK. When you apply it, it has controlled release and the plant absorbs according to the needs, and it makes a lot of difference to us because there is no lack of nutrients to the plant. We are Eurochem. Now let's start the second panel of the day. Therefore, I pass on the floor to you, Maicon Cossa. Thank you. Good morning once again. Thank you for your presence here on behalf of ANDA and the participation of you here in the auditorium. We have many colleagues in other rooms here in the same building, and almost 4,000 colleagues connected online via YouTube. So to me, to Eurochem, it's a great pleasure to participate in one more Congress of Fertilizers, and as well said before, this is a great meeting point here where we meet, in fact, the main agents in the fertilizers markets and the greatest companies, the professionals, the leaderships. That's why we can have here a high-level debate to address the challenges and opportunities that our sector presents. And the topic of discussion today, and I must say the topics, that is the Brazilian economy, the agribusiness, and the fertilizer sectors. So individually, we see they are quite comprehensive, and the idea is that we have an interconnection, an interdependence of the three big elements here. So I have a huge team here on stage with me to promote this debate. In the fertilizer sector, we have one of the big pillars of the agribusiness in the production chain of food, and the technical relevance, and I'll make here the words of Dr. Roberto, making the correlation between the production and use of fertilizers. This is quite an obvious and literal example, and it's very important from the economic and financial point of view. It's very important to have fertilizers as one of the most relevant elements in this equation of the production system, making the basis of agriculture, agribusiness, that in fact in Brazil is one of the main pillars of our economy. We mentioned 25%, 1/4 of the Brazilian GDP, according to the projections, will have the agrobusiness influencing the economy of the country due to the relevance, and also due to that, they face the consequences, whether good or bad, of the economic situation of the country. So to start our discussion here and then to go to the debate, I invite Sergio, who is an expert in macroeconomy, to give a general overview. Thank you, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here talking to you once again. Thanks, Anda, for the invitation, for being here. For these 20 minutes, I'll talk about the economic scenario, and I'll give you a background on fertilizers and what is about to happen in the Brazilian and international economy, what we see in terms of tariffs and currency and so on and on. We have to remember that we have growing difficulties abroad, and we've known that for a while here. There's nothing new, so I'll bring a little bit of this background of difficulties, analyzing the scenario of the second half of 25 going to 26. First of all, internationally, we cannot avoid talking about that. Due to the tariffs that started in the beginning of the year, that is absolutely nonsense. Economically, politically speaking, I mean, this tariff war has no winners, nor to the Brazilian economy, nor the American economy. And three things Trump wants with that is to bring a negative commercial balance lower and bring the industry again to the United States. And he wants to increase the tax collection due to that. And you cannot do that with this tariff war. You are talking about higher consumption in the U.S. compared to the production that is low. And changing that and increasing the tariff will always change in the short term, but not in the long term. But the industry will not be there. The commercial balance is showing to be the same in the next few years. And what will happen and is relevant to us to keep in mind, and Trump is doing that again these days. He won't be happy with what's going on. So he started with this trade war in the beginning of the year, and he won't bring the industry and commercial balance. So what would to do? Bring more tariffs, increase the tariffs against the big countries in the world. So our history in tariffs with the Trump is not over here. The negotiation will go on, but due to the dynamics of what's going on not working, we know that Trump most likely will increase the tariff burden over the 3.5 years. So we'll have 4 years of instability ahead of us. It's not only the 6 months. So we start understanding that when we believe that now it's okay, everybody's happy, it's not this way. We'll have a complicated scenario ahead of us. But the economy, the American economy is showing their consequences. Trump wants to bring the industry back to the USA to replicate what the economy was 30 years ago. If you look at the map on the left, on the American states, in green, they would have a huge presence of employment in industry. So basically, the American economy was industrial, but now it is an economy of services. When you grow, you get richer, you demand more services. So the scenario today makes no sense to leave this economy to go back to the industry economy. What will happen in the next years is that the USA will lose imports and exports, and we see that happening in the graph on the right. In blue is what China is not exporting to the US. The other ones is what China is exporting to the rest of the world. So our presence with China is not that maybe one day it's a guess. No, it's an almost certainty. In this case, even talking about economy, it's a certainty. We are quite close to China. It is quite real today, and it will become even more real. This idea that China pursues of having trusted partners is what showed the USA as a partner they cannot trust, and Brazil is systematically a trusted partner. So our relation will get closer and closer and greater in terms of imports and exports. I have no doubts about it. And then another question that we hear, well, we will have inflation with all these tariffs and all this confusion in the US. It's not will we have inflation. The point is the timing and the amount of inflation, because the American tariffs are in historical levels, so we cannot avoid talking about inflation. I mean, it's not explosive. It will be relatively low. It will be 3.5, 4%. So this is the inflation we would like to have here, but to the USA, 4% is too much. And the FedEx is showing that they will reduce the rate, the interest rates now. So why are they doing it now? Then there is another issue that we've seen over the last months, that more and more we see that the USA is getting closer to Latin America. And here we have a crucial point, that is the central bank. What we have of inflation here now is not enough for the FedEx to reduce the interest rates, because the inflation is growing, so they should hold on and see what will go on the next months and then reduce as expected. But they are pressuring. It seems that we've seen that happening a lot in the past, and we know the end of the story. It won't end well. And when we look at ahead of us, the expectations of the American public debt and inflation and interest, it's worsening. And more costs them means more costs to us. Interest rates there in a higher way, in a permanent way, it's a pressure to our interest rates over the last years. We've had Selic in Brazil reaching 6.5% in 2019, and it was zero there. We made a huge tax adjustment during Temer government. We could perform all the rules, and we could bring Selic to 6.5. And then 2% in the next years with the pandemic. And now to decrease the rate of Selic this intensively will be difficult. We need a huge tax adjustment again and additionally, and we have an American scenario that doesn't help. So to you, the financial background in terms of interest rates will be high. Selic will drop by the end of this year, next year, but we can see in the short term, I would say 5 years, Selic coming to 6.5 as we've seen in 2019. Don't know. Not only due to this tax adjustment that could be strong in 2019, but due to this radical change in the American scenario, preventing that from happening. And when we talk about the American scenario and all that's not happening in the future, and why do we talk so much about it? Because economists generally have this fetish of the fiscal year. They love to talk about it, but it's not by chance. And here's the important point of that. We are getting the richest economy of the world, the most developed one, that is facing a great tax and fiscal crisis for the first time in history. So a country like the USA with 100% of GDP of public debt, with no war, no scenario of deep economic crisis, makes no sense economically. And this is a debt, as we see in the graph on the right, that will only grow and reach 150%. We are now talking about a deficit that is about 8% of the American GDP, $2 trillion. That is basically our GDP, is the public debt they have there. And I generally say that, optimistically speaking, we have an easier tax solution to happen because our Congress is not polarized. The Brazilian society is polarized, but the Congress has never been polarized. We'll reach 27 with the tax adjustment to happen. That will happen, but in the US, it won't happen. It's very difficult for the polarization in society to have in the Congress, and this Congress is not dealing properly to have the proper tax adjustment, and the market sees that in a very conservative and with a lot of concerns. So it's a scenario of radical change regarding the American tax history with a difficult solution. It's funny to say that maybe our solution is easier to happen than the American one, but unfortunately, this is the truth. When we get in 27, for example, we'll have our tax adjustment happening for good or for better or worse, depending on next year. But in this American scenario, you cannot see that. So then what happened? We have high debts, and everything happening the whole life. And what happens with this risk? We have pressure in expectations in general of currency. We see that the dollar currency is decreasing, mostly for what's happening in the American tax scenario with high interest rates. It's a scenario that is already happening somehow and will keep happening over the next years. In this, China is happy, celebrating, and thanking for all that, because this is a great present they are receiving. They are doing nothing and getting the world to that, because 70% of the Brazilian exports go to the rest of the world. I mean, not Europe, USA, or Japan. Only 30% goes to these countries today. So we are talking about a China that is not looking at the present saying, oh, Trump is the president, what a risk. No, they are analyzing the next 15 years, and they've been looking that before Trump became president, they were decoupling from the American culture. Look the map on the left that probably you've seen somewhere. What was the trade balance in the year 2000 and in 2024? Basically, world dependence on the Chinese economy. This is what we'll see over the next years. The world that is not necessarily Chinese, not American, but a world that is fragmented. And we need to navigate the best way we can in this fragmented world. And we've learned over history how to navigate that. We are facing some difficulties, but we've seen that before. I mean, we know how to deal with many political possibilities. We need to rescue that and be able to make it happen again. And in the Brazilian economy, what we see, what we are analyzing at this moment, is that you are this black line and the livestock is a flat line that is getting exponential after 2020 with this consolidated growth that is happening for decades in Brazil. Almost 30% of the Brazilian GDP comes from the big chain of agribusiness. The industry and services only now are retaking that, but the agribusiness is the greatest champion in history. And this year, again, a great part of the Brazilian growth in 2025 will be due to the agribusiness. We've just seen the GDP today. Agro had grown more than 10% in the first quarter, 10% in the second Q, and now we are getting 9 to 10% this year and responsible for almost half of the Brazilian GDP in 25. So this is the history over the last decades. The agro GDP is mostly responsible for the growth of the Brazilian economy. So growing this fast and this strongly has consequences, and the big consequences that we've seen over the last years is inflation, as we are seeing. Well, with this inflation we are facing with high interest rates, the consequences that we have this moment of cooling the economy. The agro business is good, but interest rates are harming the industry and the services and the trade. We see a deceleration. Creds are decelerating with more intensity. I like to see this here in the signaling on how the Brazilian consumer is feeling the interest rates with individual person or company, corporate non-payment over the last 6 years, especially in individuals. It's quite strong, showing that we have a consumer facing the effects of high inflation, taking part of their income, so they are decelerating consumption. And we see that. So we saw a GDP growing systematically over the last years and growing less this year. Above 2%, I would say, next year, with the interests also high to deal with this inflation, most likely we'll have a lower growth. So I could not show the new GDP that was published today, but it's quite similar. There is no different, thank God. So this is a GDP that will be about 2%, 2.1% of growth, about half of last year. But again, the expansion is being supported by the agribusiness, and it will grow intensively this year again, and most likely next year with the positive expectations, making this growth to keep high also in 26. But as I said, with this fast growth, we are paying prices, and the price is disinflation. And it is quite stuck, and it's not different from 5%. And you say, oh, that's okay, it's not quite high, but the longest it is in the level we are now, the most difficult it is for the central bank. So let's make this inflation reduce as soon as possible. The central bank is trying to do the work, but the tax policy is not helping. It's been almost 3 years that it's happening. So the central bank has to keep Selic high in 15%, and it will be in this for the next month. By the end of the year, I believe it can decrease a little, probably next year. But the discussion that we have to make now is that besides the elements that are helping, like currency, inflation in food, helping, what will happen, analyzing the end of this year or next year to reduce this inflation.
And here we have another element that is going to help, especially like compromising like the demand in the Brazilian economy. But this is something else that is going to happen, like the exchange rate in Brazil, due to all the fiscal risk that we have, it's truly depreciated. We still have room for appreciation here, like to lose value, to gain value. But why is it happening? For two main reasons. So one is external. We have like the dollar, which is devaluating, and this was a surprise. We began the year and you have like an import tariff in the country. And what do you expect when this tariff like comes up? So you have like an appreciation of the currency. But instead, like the dollar devaluated. Why? Due to all the risk that Trump brought when it comes like to the fiscal risk. So the dollar, like all over the world, devaluated. So our interest rate went down. And we also have like a political reason. So Lula lost his popularity last year, and then we had this idea that maybe eventually he wouldn't even be like the candidate or become elected. And then there is this new scenario that the right could win, and then the market bought that idea like in anticipation. And it's quite likely that looking at the end of the year, this is going to be the scenario, because I talked about the United States, and Trump will continue doing like his insanity, and then the dollar will continue to devaluate. Here we have no novelties, not even fiscal or political, and only next year it will begin. But we have this domestic scenario that is quite stable, the American scenario of the dollar devaluating, and the consequences that we will continue to see our currency becoming more valuable, maybe a little bit down until the end of the year. So we cannot see like this going down, or maybe it's quite possible that this will happen. So this is due to the scenario and this conjunction of stability but the scenario abroad is quite complicated. And then we have like the tariff war all over the place. So, and here in Brazil, So obviously we have sectors that are suffering and being more impacted due to that in terms of like employment, labor, and productivity, provided the support of the government. But under the point of view of the aggregation in the economy, the impact is very little. 12% of the export, the Brazilian export, goes to the American economy, 12, 13. So the presence of the United States in terms of like trade in the Brazilian economy is very little. Doesn't affect the economy as it could have been like 20, 30 years ago. So what would be the impact accumulated in 2, 3 years from what we see now? I would say that 0.1, 0.2 pp of the GDP, so almost nothing. Once again, that doesn't mean that we don't have like sectors that are suffering. This is going to happen, and it is happening. But from the aggregated point of view, nothing that I mentioned doesn't change related to the trade war. Scenario will remain pretty much the same. And as I said, like exchange, if you have the dollar devaluating, as we see, the trend is that our currency will be more valuated. Until the end of the year, our currency may value a little bit more. And just to close, and give a little bit more attention. 2026, like the exchange scenario. So we see that everything is going to be okay and the right is going to win. But we have to agree with something. So we only touch, like we are talking to companies that to pay attention in the costs, and we are getting into an electoral year. And electoral year is never like bed of roses. And then next year, we are going to have some turbulence, and the exchange tends to go a little bit higher and come back like to a devaluated scenario due to this turbulent political scenario that we are facing. So let's leave it like to talk a little bit later. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. I was just asking, so what gave you the impression that it was so exciting at the first part of your conversation, but it was a mix of like news and so it begins exciting and then a little bit depressing. So like positive and negative elements on the sequence of the discussion. So let's see the impact on our agribusiness. So Jefferson talked a little bit about fertilizers. People are asking, what is the size of this commercial, the trade balance? So let's answer this and others. Good morning, everyone. So I'm quite happy like to be here in 2025. Challenges remain. And talking about the agro, we have to mention numbers. So our number here is 48.2 million tons for 2025. It's an absolute record. But here we have to consider some things. So the first pondering is like Brazil is growing and growing like delivery of products. However, we have to look at the delivery of nutrients in the country. 2025 is a year that marks a transformation in the Brazilian market with something related with products less concentrated. We have never imported as much sulfate. So we never imported as much NP, but we're importing products. But we have to look at the nutrients. No problem in importing, no problem at all. However, like the main thing is that we have to understand the second part. We talked about like total volume for the market, but I believe that in 1 year that you have this change such as this, you also have to discuss in relation to the N and P2 and K2O. So we have to talk about it because we have in Brazil, before talking to you, I was meeting some friends. So this year I had the pleasure to go to Rio Grande do Sul 6 times. It's the state that brings more difficulty to analyze Brazil today. Why? Because it's a state that we have the biggest potential to reduce import and fertilizers. And we are not talking about a small state. We are talking about a state that traditionally speaking delivers 5 million tons of like fertilizers. So the way I see for 2025, if we are going to deliver 48, 48.5, 49 or below, so the pendulum state is Rio Grande do Sul. So for soy, theoretically speaking, we have an open market in Rio Grande do Sul of 35 to 40%, meaning that the producer that will plant in October in the south still has a good volume to run. But the big issue is that if this volume is 40, 30, 20, or 10, because we don't know if this is really going to work. And this is what we have to face from now on. The South producers, they're in a very difficult moment. We had like 7 harvests in the South, like 4 producers broke. So they need like help to begin again. And we have to think about it. And the South, there is a separate chapter due to its importance in the Brazilian scenario of fertilizers. We are talking about the second biggest consumer in the country. And taking from that, so we always follow like the market. And we still have for the soy around 10% of Brazil in open. And now, once again, like a comparison with Rio Grande do Sul, because there the percentage is bigger. So have a soy market, like to run in the market, like a residual market. In Mato Grosso, I have a smaller volume because if everything goes well, September 7, everything begins working in Mato Grosso. So we've anticipated this year a little bit. So we have to think about the end of the market and the size of it, and also about our second harvest. So corn has a representativeness in the sector. For the corn in Brazil, around 55% of the market is open. I like to buy fertilizers. And this year, we had a movement that called my attention. So the state of Paraná, a big consumer, a big producer, corn, sometimes it was a little bit more like advanced than Mato Grosso. That's not normal. Mato Grosso is the one that does the kickoff in the business. Mato Grosso, we are talking about 26, 27. And when I talk to some friends in Paraná, and I go there quite often, the impression I got is that the producers there, they anticipated the purchase in relation to the producers in Mato Grosso. Like 6, 7 days, the market moved in a very intense way. And now, obviously, we go back like to the discussion about credit. The first panel was about that. Sergio brought data related to credit in Brazil. This is a big challenge, 2025. So the word that is here is credit. So what I have open is going to happen or is going to be blocked by credit in Brazil. We do have some cases that once in a while come to me, and they say that producers, they're there with their quote like purchases, and then they go back to the credit, they go back to the market. So it was not once that I heard that. I heard that many times. So we have to think about this credit, because it's going to be a determinant factor, like to talk about the second harvest in the country. Particularly, I do not believe that the Brazilian producer will reduce technology of corn. I do not believe in that. They will only like stop buying if credit becomes a block. And why do I say that? Because corn changed completely for the past 6 years in our country. In 2017, corn in Mato Grosso was sold at 18 reais per bag. So now it's 48.50 per bag. And if you stop to think in dollars, so corn in Mato Grosso was $4 the bag. Now it's 8.5 the bag. So I do not see that the Brazilian producer will reduce technology due to the non-remunerated like a harvest, because the crop of the corn is well paid. And we talk about that in the first panel. Consumption of corn for ethanol in the country to 27, 28, who knows, we will get like 40 million tons. I'm not exaggerating. That means that you have one sector that is well commented in the country and one sector that moves other chains. We have a challenge to understand like the demands per crops in the country. And once in a while, we go to the agroforestry sector. What happens is that each ethanol plant that you observe, they demand something called biomass. So to produce ethanol, you need biomass. And obviously, what we see is an exponential growth in areas for biomass in the country, like to supply the sector. So you see, so look at ethanol as a possibility to expand the revenue of the rural producer. And we look at the fertilizer sector as well. So now all the purchases in Mato Grosso, they begin the conversation due to the indication of price of corn in the ethanol plants. So this is the revolution. So moving on, my time is almost due, but we also hear about like 26, 27. And I know that for some of you here is a distant market, but we have to talk about it because generally speaking, it begins and brings perspectives in terms of pricing for Brazil. And if you rely on your memory, like the price of potash last year was falling and falling until October. Why October it stopped falling? Because the anticipated demand came to the market. So this is what happened. The first business for a potash chloride in Brazil in 2024 happened in October for the 24-25 harvest. And now for 25-26, we have another challenge in our hands. Why? Because first is the chloride, so it's more expensive than it was last year. The second point is related to soy price. The producer, when they purchase it in advance, they use soy that they will harvest in March of next year. This is classic in the state of Mato Grosso. Why am I saying that? Because these movements, they will impact directly like the trend in terms of pricing of like phosphorus and potash. We had a recent fall in the super simples, and we had like a signs of like a pushback moment because the producer here, they have this kickoff. Is the producer from Mato Grosso. They are already looking at it. And no doubt, when we think about like projections in terms of like pricing, these anticipated purchases, they must be taken into consideration. So we have to think about it. And just like for to talk about the nitrogen products, this year we will mark an absolute record in terms of sulfate in the country and in comparison to the urea. So my understanding is why, what is going on? So the other day, someone called me from a journalist, and she said, why is that happening? The Brazilian producer doesn't like urea anymore. So it's not a matter of taste. It's a matter of like competitiveness. I ran in the country, and once in a while I talk to the producers, and they say, well, things are tight. So producers are not going through this advocacy. We had good moments in 2021, etc., but they are back there. So the indebtedness of the Brazilian producers is huge, and we have to talk about it because they have all the things tied up. So I hear something that people say, in a year like this one, you have to make a choice for rice and beans. This is the producer's talk. It's not my recommendation. It's the Brazilian producers that says that. So they say, I mean that, and the cost of production, well, that's not so high, but the indebtedness and the purchases that were done in the past, they are impacting our sector. Therefore, I say that 2025 is a year marked by challenges connected to credit, as we say, and we will have to talk for the next few years if this trend that we see in terms of products less concentrated, if they will continue in the country or not. So I think it's a matter of competitiveness, and obviously that transforms the way we look at the sector in the country. So you need more logistic, and we also have to think about the way the producers are purchasing. Even like to meet like the time restraints, I would like to thank Andra and open for our discussions and our debates. And I will finish with the same sentence that I mentioned last year. We are all here, and the biggest client is the rural producer in the country. If they are well, and if they're purchasing right, so based in reason, so we are okay. The whole sector is good. So this idea that we are going to buy at the last moment because we always buy better, so this is being based on like the management on how we conduct our own operation. If they purchase, we recommend that they sell because they can ensure solidity for the business. And most importantly is that they have solidity in the business. And then 10, 20 years from now, we observe like Polidoro's chart, and we see that Brazil grows in terms of fertilizers. But for that, we have to count on like the management of the rural producer. I will end thanking you all once again for your attention. It's an honor to discuss in an environment like this one related to the Brazilian fertilizer market. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jefferson. So last year, well, now let's pass to Guilherme, and he will talk about his approach, the government in terms of public policies that for sure helps like to close the question. And we think about like the difficult moments, but like the floor is yours. So, well, as a government, let's try not to create any problems, but if we can help, it's even better. So now, like talking about what you guys mentioned previously, so the big wealth that we have in the country is in our diversity. So we have like Michael from Santa Catarina, we have Sergio from Goiás, and Jefferson from Paraná. I am from the state of São Paulo, from Campinas. And well, I'm a chair for Ponte Preta, which is not easy. So let's go back like to the B series. And this diversity in Brazil, the same way that it's a big wealth, it's a lot of work. Huge. So it's up to the government to make things more compatible with this whole diversity. So we talk about the delay of giving like the center, the Midwest, like giving the kickoff along with so like the consequences of last year. So like we have legal recovery ongoing, and we have a lot of things that happen and a lot of things in the market. So we had a direct impact to the rural producer in the Midwest.
They are now more picky and criterious in the trade, mainly in the sector that was the core of the judicial recovery discussions. It's a fact. Another graph that called my attention was the increase in lack of payment of legal individuals that is double the corporate entities. And there is a new point in our society. There are the bets. The bets came and came strongly. The legal and the illegal ones mainly, taking an expressive part of the income, mainly of the poor peoples that put some hope in that. And this is a fact. And talking to a friend in the sector of supermarkets, they mention how it decreased in the end, and it is due to the bets and what they've taken from the income of the Brazilian worker. And also, Sergio, in your presentation, you mentioned something that I have to quote here that is related to the idea that God created currency exchange to humiliate economists. And if you remember, recently in the past, people would say, hey, the currency here will be $6 to R$1. And now they are talking about it, and you've seen 5.4, the tendency is to drop. And then we have our friend from the Parliamentary Front of Agriculture complaining that they say, well, now we have a problem in the currency. Well, the currency is now a great mystery where the bet in the currency is open to everyone. The same way it impacts in the sales, it impacts on the purchase when the product, mainly the one in the area, is based on imports. So it's a decrease in the costs to the producer. Can the government help? Yes, they can, in developing public policies and in regulations and in being faster in everything that is developed and posed by the private sector to come to Brazil. And it's a lot. I know and acknowledge this difficulty in having the same speed in the public sector to analyze and to release the many different products, whether the fertilizers or agro-defensives, like Chiquinho mentioned, the agrochemicals. A lot is about to come. There is a great concern ideologically that is not supported by the technical part, and it can help a lot the national producer. Plano Safra is there, and for the third consecutive year, in this management of President Lula, where we have a map on production supervised by Minister Carlos Favaro with a record plan, 516 billion reais. But along with it, we have a Selic rate of 15%. And it is the cheapest alternative on the market of funding. If you have anything cheaper than what is offered in Plano Safra, you may take because it's a good deal. You take it because it's a good deal. But to everyone taking responsibilities and credits, it's a lot of responsibility, and you have to be responsible because as good as Plano Safra is, it has an interest rate above 100% that impacts a lot any business. And at this moment, we are seeing mainly the fundings to producers quite carefully in taking responsibility in that and focusing mainly in costs, because costs are there, there's no way. You have to prepare the land, the soil with fertilizers, seeds, and the rain, and everything will happen. So investments are with a lot of criteria this year, with all this level of rates. I'll finish here so that we can discuss more with the questions coming from the audience. And I have to tell you that everyone is tuned, everyone is concerned. And another point that Jefferson mentioned that I cannot forget is the concern with Rio Grande do Sul. Because Rio Grande do Sul is the guide of how Brazil will be next year. It's quite concerning, the situation that the producers in Rio Grande do Sul are facing with all the frustration in the crops, not due to their blame, but due to the climate changes. And we have to solve that because the longer it takes to bring a solution to contemplate the greatest part of the producers, the more we'll suffer and the impacts will be spread all over the country. So far, that's it. Thanks once again for the opportunity of being discussing with you, and congratulations on the event. It's quite strong and representative, showing the importance that we have in the sector to the national agribusiness and to Brazil as a whole. Thank you very much.
Inicial, temos várias perguntas aqui. Vamos.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of questions here. Let's try to address the most we can. We have one about rural credits, and I have to mention we have many elements and we have to choose one. This is the challenge. And getting your point of view, as I understood quite well, yes, you have to be cautious in taking greater interest rates, probably the greatest ones in the last few years. But as it seems, is that more than analyzing and taking the risk is the difficulties in accessing credit. So I would like you to talk a little bit more about this difficulty. And the other element related here that was mentioned in the beginning is the rural insurance that if we consider the last 3 years, for example, we have a drop in the properties insured, so we need to review that. So what is your view for the future in the sense of the rural insurance as well? Well, funding everybody is following, but the greatest difficulty in granting credit is because banks are more cautious. The financial agents are more strict in giving and granting credit. And the rural insurance that we have in Brazil, well, we have two here. We have a Proagro focused mainly in the family agriculture. That is the insurance guided by the central bank, and over the last years, they are taking from the treasury 7 billion, 6 billion, and now 5 billion reais. The second insurance is PCR. That is a subvention to the insurance award, and it's about 1 billion a year. In our opinion, and the minister agrees with me, or maybe I agree with the minister, let's put it in the proper order. But the point is that the two models are exhausted, and we need a proposal that is more comprehensive and stronger, and to give more protection to the rural producer. And it's very difficult. We've lost 12 opportunities over the year that the Parliament could help us in this change, and the approval of the process is under discussion, but it's still going on. And unfortunately, I'll say something here against the government, but from the side of farmers and from the side of the agribusiness. In last year's budget, an amendment was approved to ensure the insurance not to be impacted by budget cuts during the year. The economic band of the government vetoed this change, and in the middle of the year, we had the opportunity of analyze the vetoes of the Congress, and this veto was not analyzed, so it's still in force. The insurance is prone to cuts and blocks during the year, and it is already happening. So we need to be strong so that the insurance may be applied. It has to be in an expressive amount, and along with that, it has to be totally trusted that what was approved in the budget will happen in the end. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of uncertainties to everyone in the insurance business in selling and granting the products to the market. So everything goes together, and they are not outside from our scope. Okay, thank you, Guilherme. Now changing to another point that you brought of opportunities of what's happening in terms of the American tariffs, increasing the possibility of negotiations between Brazil and China. And obviously, we basically export commodities to China today, or only commodities. So what would be, in fact, the idea, the line of thought, so that over time we convert part of this export into products with more added value? So what is the profile of the United States today, and how can we analyze that in the midterm? Well, great question. This commercial relation that we have with the Chinese economy, that is basically 1/3 that we export to them, will keep this way in this intensity, but we need more and more to diversify the export scenario, and especially to the industry. The agribusiness has a more natural way of exploring the Chinese market or other markets. The industry has more difficulties. The industry is a sector that historically in Brazil has lower productivity, with more difficulties in finding markets and being a great exporter in the Brazilian economy. So what is the economic theory showing and discussing over the years? Because we've seen that happening systematically. I mean, the industry that grows and wants to expand and have more exports and production and greater participation in the national economy needs to embrace and make trade agreements, and we've run away from that over history. We believe that doing that only with Argentina or the few countries we did is enough, and we didn't have to make commercial agreements. But what economies show is that if you increased your industry over the last 30 years with participation of GDP and volume, it was the countries that gathered with the richest. I generally give the examples, and obviously considering the way we compare Brazil and Poland, but after the Soviet Union, Poland was completely destroyed, and they partnered with Germany in the beginning of the 90s. From there on, the participation of the industry in Poland was 9-10% of the GDP, and now they gathered with Germany and they increased that a lot. When you partner with rich people, you bring more knowledge and productivity to your economy. So now, what do we need for the next few years? Well, we have a lot of goodwill due to this tariff war that Trump is proposing. So the world need to gather more intensively. We see that regarding the trade agreement with the European Union that is being discussed for a long time, but considering what's going on in the USA, we see now some interest of Europe in this sense, because European farmers were against that, but now we see a possibility of progressing in this sense. And on our side, I can say that it's quite interesting to see President Lula, that over history was quite protectionist with the PT, and looking only to our country, we now see the president saying things to show that we need to open to the world economy. So this is the proper way. It's quite positive. Everybody understands that we need to go on with this commercial trade, but it's not only with the European Union. We need to do that with other rich countries. This is what will help the Brazilian industry to increase productivity and competitiveness over the last year. So this is the moment with this tariff war to increase our pathway. We know that politics is quite complex. We'll have the elections next year. Macron is facing problems in France as well. It's not an easy scenario, but as we saw in the negotiations now, we understand that now the industrial part, the companies have to make it happen so that we can progress in this sense. Otherwise, as an economist, it's difficult for me to look ahead and imagine that we will have an industry flourishing intensively in this sense. Analyzing exports to other places aside from China goes through that to increasing the commercial trades, but with people that are richer than us. Okay, Sergio, very nice. And now a question from Lauro Jorge Prado. Jefferson, talk a little bit about fertilizers, please, because I have two questions. The first one from Rafael Ferreira from Fertipar, talking about competitivity, because we've seen ammonium nitrate and urea compared as another negative sources of nitrogen. If in your understanding it would be a trend of keeping this way in the next year, or if it's something specific. So this is a question. And another one quite easy, made by João Colasso Neto, who listed all the raw materials and asked the trend of prices. So if you want to comment on that, I'll use the words of dollar. Yes, we can talk for the next 30 or 60 days because it's easier to make a decision. A colleague called me and said, well, I have two easy questions for you about urea and dollar. So very simple, but talking about this change on the market of nitrogenates in Brazil, I believe that the producers are making changes due to competitiveness, as I mentioned. What happens is that today, the relation that we have between corn, that is the main user of that, and in this case, sulfate is more competitive, especially in Cerrado, because we see Mato Grosso, Goiás, Mapito, and even in Rio Grande do Sul, we see that everything is possible. So I believe that will depend a lot on the price situation. As I said in the past, the producers are in a situation that they are not opening their minds to so many possibilities. They are stuck. And one thing that caught my attention these weeks is that I saw a producer saying, I'm trying to do the basics to see if it works. So what will happen here is that if it is a trend in the mathematic sense or something fast, is competitiveness. If we are competing good, the farmers will balance that, but otherwise you'll open more and more space to what's going on in Brazil, because this year we clearly see that the sulfate imports are growing 60, 70%, and urea are dropping 30%. Nitrate is getting so well, but why does it happen? Well, due to price and competitiveness of products. In sulfate in the past, like in 2015, 16, it was a premium product in agriculture, and now we see that it has competitiveness, and the farmers I talk to mention two experiences. So I say that we'll have a crop ahead of us in which we'll have a balance of the changes Brazil is facing. If it is a change the producer believes is positive, it will keep on this way. Otherwise, we'll see the producers going back to what it is. But the determinant for that is the end consumer. It's difficult for us, not difficult for us to have this answer. We just have to wait for the crop and the harvest. We'll see that next year. If they believe they went well with sulfate and NP and it brought economic improvement and productivity improvement, they will rule that from now on. And thinking about the future and the trends, last year, we were discussing here something different related to the phosphates compared to this year. Last year, we had a greater restriction in offers. To now we have a surplus at this moment. And I think it's followed by everyone in the sector. We have a greater value than we had last year, given the changes ratio, because we see that this moment it is for NP and the super simple. This is what's happening. So the Brazilian sector is facing this change. The response, if it will keep up this way or not, will be given, in my opinion, by the Brazilian rural producer, the Brazilian farmer. They will give the answer to all of us. If the performance is good, why not continue that? Otherwise, we'll have that starting next year, no doubt. And just to finish, to mention one point here, with a comparison to what Secretary mentioned about credits, we use a lot of credits when the farmer has to purchase. Simple. But I've been telling them that they also need to look at the costs to sell, because they hold the soy with the expectation of selling more expensively in the future. But there is a point here, because we have the cost of opportunity in Brazil that is quite high today. So the question that I ask to the Brazilian farmer is not if it is worth, if the soy price will increase, but if it's worth it holding the soy, because now we have the money there on the table. The same way that fertilizers have an expensive credit, holding the soy or corn or cotton or whatever also has a cost of opportunity that is high. We need to take this exercise to the producer. They need to think of it, and I'm pretty sure that 85% of them do not do that. And we are leaving.
Because from the moment that you do not calculate like the cost of opportunity that your money has, you are leaving capital on the table, and we can't do that because things are tight. Therefore, we have like to find these ways like to better perform. That's it. So you're not going to give any opinion on the price? No, I wouldn't. So you mentioned something related to other things related to like to the winter harvest, and within this context of like difficulties in terms of credit that may eventually, like the question, like make lead to the reduction in the use of technology, not only fertilizers but generally speaking. And if that was going to have an impact on productivity. So thinking about productivity, so do we have to wait for like a full harvest, sort of speak, or are we going to have some difficulties in terms of like going to the field? This question came from Caetano from the AgroLink portal. So in my opinion, and answering Caetano, I mentioned that before. So corn performs well in our country. For the past two harvests, I've been working in Mato Grosso, so the producers, they obtain better profitability with the corn crop than with the soy. The only limitation that we will have for the second harvest is credit, as I see it. Because you see an environment that you do have the opportunity for things to happen. You have opportunities, and now eventually of like phosphorus falling down, and then the producers can go to the market. We have a window of opportunity. I look at corn as a crop that the producers should be looking with more attention due to the revolution of the internal market. So I do not see like the Brazilian rural producer just simply like reducing technology because corn doesn't pay well. I see that it does. We do have conditions to see like the corn market becoming a main player. Also, I follow like with our friends like the seeds friends. So I observe like producers finding new technology for the seeds, and that costs a lot. But now I ask you all, so what is the logic of a producer buying a good variety that they're going to spend the 850, 900 per hectare? So it's quite logic if we stop to think, because you are placing a product that has this productive potential that is high, and you're paying for it, and then you will need like the fertilizer. And if you so, why are you going to stop it? Because you have to be really grounded, and the technical people will tell you. I cannot come here and say that the producer can reduce. I will be making a mistake because I do not know their reality. The reality is their reality and their technical team. And if they understand that they won't have an impact in productivity, fine. But as I said, I walk around, and a producer in Mato Grosso told me, that I never seen like a break in terms of like productivity, like the farmers. So you never seen like releasing like productivity, like using fertilizer. So we have to think about it. We are in moments of like high seasons in Brazil. We see that soy had a record production in the country. We saw that corn, the second harvest, had the productivity and record. And I believe that we're extracting a lot. But once again, I say that the final word is, it shouldn't be mine, but it should be from those who follow the producers. So they are the ones who are going to give the final word. Thank you, Jefferson. Last question. We won't be able to go through all of them. Thank you for the amount of questions that we've received. And the debaters can answer like using email. So Guilherme, what are the ways, in 30 seconds, that Brazil may follow, like to reduce the dependency in terms of like the import of fertilizers? Easy, yeah? So it's been exposed in the opening by our Vice-presidente, Geraldo Alckmin. So all the plans that Brazil is carrying with the fertilizers is like decreasing the dependency, so we won't get to our self-sufficiency, and the pursuit of like the bio inputs. So bio inputs are more present, that, and the trend is like to increase more and more. But now moving away from your question, so in the United States, like in the future, in the next election, let's remember, Murphy, nothing is so bad that can get worse. So you're following these changes like in the districts that elect like the deputies in the United States, right? So this is the big change, like that fragile, the districtal voice, is then the definition. So they have like a difficult names, like gather mattering. Is like the design that you have to define what are the districts that will elect your representatives in the United States. So there's a big shift, like an effort from the current government for this change in favor of those who are in the government now to have the majority in the Congress. Just to remind you that it's fun, it's very exciting, and it's going to be very challenging from this year to next year. So thank you all very much for the discussion. So just please like stay on stage. This is not conclusive, but it's a source of information and inspiration and insights for us like to think on how we're going to address like the challenges of our sectors. And just to close, like a takeaway message, and thinking about the agribusiness, is that there is a paradox. simplifying reality, but we see like an agribusiness, for all of us who know it, the Brazilian agribusiness is this example. It's a reference for the world and an example of sustainability and productivity. And that we've been simplifying the reality, like 10 very good years of excellent profitability. And at the same time, we see 1 year that, in fact, was difficult and quite difficult, but it was only 1 year that comes after a super harvest with no big drama in pricing. And the difficulties for our sectors, it creates like a current crisis or maybe a pre-crisis, I hope not. But that shows what I think is that, yes, like the sector needs something more structuring and in terms of like government policies and state policies to ensure that this beautiful curve for the agribusiness is also like the same line, the same curve for most of all the agents in the agribusiness, so that we don't leave like too many farmers lagging behind. So thank you for addressing all these topics once again. Thank you very much for staying here with us. So we are here between you and lunch. So thank you very much for your attention. So thank you very much for the conduction. So once again, please, our guests stay on stage in just a few more minutes, and we invite you and also our online audience to watch the video ANAC Global. Agriculture doesn't stop, and our add-ons and fertilizers help like to keep the cycle much more efficient and productive. We are not global. One multinational with units in Brazil, India, United States, and soon in Morocco. Our add-ons are developed with our own solutions. Our main products are the reducers of humidity and phosphatic rocks, and accelerator of reactions, and cure agents, and anti-caking. And add-ons like for filtering of the phosphoric acid, and anti-incrustants. Add-ons of like for granulation, and anti-dusting and anti-caking post-granulation. Coloring agents. Inhibitors of ureas and nitrification. Adherence of micronutrients. Agents like for organic recovery for fertilizers, organo and organominerals, and recovering of like grains. We do have like a technical team, highly qualified. Our own logistic and eco-friendly solutions. So we aim more productivity, more savings, and less impact with many different partners all over the world. And we deliver knowledge and innovation, supporting research and international events. Reinforcing this commitment, our CEO, Adesh Matu, also acts as an ambassador from IFA, like the biggest association of the fertilizers industry. Access nacglobal.com, NAC Global, innovative solutions and sustainable for fertilizers. And now for the closing, for the second half of the day, closing our morning, a round of applause for our second panel of the day. Thanking you all, once again, Michael, for the conduction, and our guests, reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, and reinforcing like the invitation for the cocktail that is going to be offered by NAC Global at the end of the Congress today. So closing this panel number 2, I invite you all for lunch that's going to be served on the sponsor's main room. You are following us on our online transmission, and we'll be back at 2:15. Thank you.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Yara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Yara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor. A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10.000 unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias.
Sejam bem-vindos de volta.
So welcome back. So we'll move on with our agenda, reminding you that the Brazilian Congress of Fertilizers is organized by ANDA, so the National Division for the Fertilizers, and Fertiminas, Braskem, NAC Global, OCP Brazil, Teixeira Têxtil, and Yara Brazil. So gold sponsor Adferti, Ado Fertil, Anvits, Cesur, and Rafitec. And silver sponsor Crom, Cesari, Galvani, and Rocha Terminais. This edition of the CB Fair is neutral in the greenhouse gases effect with a stamp from Ecaplan. So we'll begin the second part of our event.
Senhoras e senhores, para a apresentação sobre...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation for Nutrients for Life, an initiative from UNDA, we have the pleasure to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Walter Casarin. So he's a soil doctor by the Agronomique in Montpellier, France. So he's the General Scientific Coordinator of NPV and the Professor of Specialization in Soils and Plant Nutrition in ESALC USP. We also want to invite Professor Dr. Adriel Ferreira da Fonseca, Associate Professor to the Department of Soil and Agriculture Engineering at the State University of Ponta Grossa. Now we want to invite to the floor Dr. Professor Tiago Assis Rodrigues Nogueira, Assistant Professor in the Department of Soil Science at São Paulo State University, Unesp. And also, the name of Professor Dr. Milton Moraes, Associate Professor at the Institute of Exact and Earth Sciences at Federal University of Mato Grosso. And I'll pass the floor to you, Professor Walter. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So they are here, all of them called to the stage, but what was agreed was a little bit different. I would like to thank the board of directors from UNDA, for giving us this time from NPV, Nutrients for Life, to present once again. So many years coming here, always showing something new of what we've been doing. But I would like to begin my speech before introducing the others. I was talking to Tejon in the morning, and Tejon said something that was amazing. All of us here, we are not producers of fertilizers or inputs. So we are not salespeople of fertilizers. We are producers and salespeople of health. This is what we do. We must give a different aspect to what we do. So society, when we talk about fertilizers, is something that for them, for many, is toxic, that doesn't have any value. But when we talk about that we are selling health, is by means of the fertilizers, we are delivering health to children and for adults. Then there's a different meaning here. So let's think about it together. And we from Nutrients for Life, the talk to the urban society, the one that is outside of the trade agro, is different. So we take this opportunity because Nutrientes para a Vida this year is celebrating 10 years of existence. So we are living our infanthood and we are coming into adolescence and growing more. And in face of this growth, that today I want to present something. So this is a video that I will show you, that many of you already know, but it shows the reason why Nutrientes para a Vida exists. So why there is an initiative, which is an under subgroup to talk about fertilizers for the urban society. So you know what fertilizers are? It kills. It's a drug. It's poison. It's within this scenario, 10 years ago, that UNDA brought to Brazil the initiative of Nutrientes para a Vida, with the main objective to promote some awareness to the population about the importance of fertilizers. So throughout this decade, NPV is showing that fertilize the soil is the very first step for us to have healthy food on our table. So the initiative acts on the pillars of nutrition, agronomy, and sustainability, and food safety, besides having the backing of science to show in a simple and practical way the importance of fertilizers. So 10 years showing that fertilizers nourish plants to nourish people. And the future is even more promising. So come with us. Okay, so this is a video like to celebrate this 10 years. I call to your attention for two people who were put in this video and to whom we deserve like a special thanks. Be it like Luiz Inácio Profinol, who was the general coordinator of the initiative for a very long time during these 10 years. Heitor Cantarella, who was also like a general coordinator for a very good time. And now I am the general coordinator and also like scientific coordinator of this initiative. And I bring this important legacy that they gave to our initiative. So for those who do not know the initiative Nutrients for Life, it was created 10 years ago. And its main objective is to spread information regarding the importance of fertilizers. So we have many different activities, social and economic, and very close to what Nutrients for Life in the United States does. So here we have a Nutrients for Life in the United States, Nutriments pour la Vie in Canada, and Nutrientes para a Vida here in Brazil. So we are like an arm of all the other initiatives that are present in the world. And our main objective is to demystify and spread and teach about the importance that fertilizers have and its benefits in nutrition, not only in the plants, but in our nutrition and also animal nutrition. The pillars in which we work, like the agronomic pillar, we do not talk only we talk not only to the producers, we write important articles and papers for the producers. So we have a pillar which is nutritional, so people can understand that comes from the fertilizers, and we have the nutrients that come from the fertilizers that get to your table, and then that will promote a health for those people. So fertilizers contribute in this chain of the food production. So we have the sustainability pillar. So if it was not for the fertilizers and this weak soil, low fertility that we have in Brazil, we wouldn't be having these protections that we have now and preventing like the deforestation. So now we have the capacity that fertilizers have to keep the soils productive. And the food safety pillar, where fertilizers play an important role, like reducing all the food waste that may exist, and which is big here in Brazil, like food that are best formed in terms of nutrition, generate food like to stay on shelf, like the shelf life is longer. And now, as we are talking about like growth, we are launching like our roots in Brazil. I would like to invite the first ambassador of ours, who is Dr. Thiago Nogueira, assistant professor of the Science and Soil Department in the State University in Jabuticabal. Thiago, I will call the others, and then so the second ambassador is Dr. Milton Moraes, who is an associate professor of exact and earth sciences at the Federal University of Mato Grosso, in Barra do Garças. And our next ambassador, Dr. Adriel Fonseca, Associate Professor of the Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Engineering in the State University of Ponta Grossa. So we have the Southeast, the South, and the Midwest represented by MPV. So obviously we want to expand even more, but we move like slowly but surely. So I'll pass the mic to you. Also, you can have an introductory statement. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Valtinsa, you gave me 1 hour, right? 3 minutes. I didn't even know what we were going to talk about, but somehow, well, it's with great pleasure to be here. I could not get the microphone because of my arm, but here they are asking some of you, we have like many friends here, like a technical problem. I was going to celebrate like the goal of my soccer team, who is going to be like the champion of both championships, like the Brazilian championship. And during the celebration, I had a problem in my arm. But I want to thank Dr. Tortorella and Casarin and Dr. Heitor Casarella, because it's an honor to be part of this very special team of NPV that for 10 years is actually doing this work of such a great importance in the disclosure of all the information about fertilizers. I'm a professor of the Paulista University in Jabuticabal in the Department of Soil Science, where I was hired for the area of like the fertilizers of cultures and crops, and I am available here in this input in terms of fertilizers. Just the only thing that I want to do, only 3 minutes that I have, is to talk a little bit about a recent case. So Milton and I, we were in an international congress of nutrients, of like plant nutrition in Portugal, and on the flight from Lisbon to Campinas, and actually Walter was the one who provoked me. So in the mid seat, there was a journalist, 23 years old, and a fashion stylist. And we didn't know what to do after 5 hours flying. So I decided to talk to them, and I asked a little bit about agriculture. So I asked 3 things. So chocolate, where was it coming from? So the lady, like future journalist, like 1 year internship in Lisbon, in one of the best schools, she said it was coming like from the supermarket shelf. So the stylist tried to answer, and I said, no, please wait. And then I said, milk. And then she said, well, from the same place, like from the shelf in the supermarket. Then the fashion designer said, well, you don't know what a cow is, you don't know what cocoa is. And then the third one, I got really scared because it was, she didn't know when I asked about fertilizer. And then she said, fertilizers are agrotoxic. And then he said the same thing. And then I got scared. Fertilizers kill, which was the same answer. So we are in a moment like the right place with this initiative from NPV to demystify this concept of this noble input. And last, as someone who cheers for Cruzeiro soccer team, that's why I said it's going to be the champ. So I was born in this big city, in a big urban center, and I did not know the importance of the agribusiness for Brazil and the world. So you see the destiny, like to become a professor in a university as UNESP and now in NPV, is a reason for of great pleasure, like to take this initiative to as many people as possible. So I have this final provocation, and you can do that at least with 1 or 2 people, and ask them what fertilizers are and what do they serve for. And I want to paraphrase our professor. And he was my tutor in my doctorate, and Milton also, along with some friends who were in Piracicaba. And then the professor was saying, quote, men eat plants or transformed plants, eggs, milk, beef. So without live plant, we do not live. So without fertilizers, there is no nutrients for life. So once again, it's a great honor to be here. Congratulations for this excellent event, and thank you very much for the invitation. Adriel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Dr. Ella and Casarin, my thank you for the invitation to all the organizer committee and everyone here. So no doubt, when we received the invitation, like to be the ambassadors of NPV. So for me, who come from the state of Paraná, and I went for my post-graduation in the state of São Paulo. I also feel at home here in the state of São Paulo. And then I went back to the institution where I graduated, and I developed my career in which I continued there as a staff there for these departments of development of nutrients. So we had to make some investments in the productive sector, but the thing is, like those who are there outside of the agro, do they know what the role we play? So our family members that are not related to agro understand what I do, understand what I teach, and then I become feeling a little bit frustrated. And meanwhile, talking to Walter, I had a big motivation, and on the other hand, I was a professional working with the counselors at CREA and counselors from the Confess system, and I understand that I agree with the mission from NPV, and being along with the evaluation of the agronomist engineer, it's the same end. We have many diverse links in the productive chain, and however, it would be impossible to value the profession in agronomy without valuating the fertilizer as a basic input, like to fight hunger and generating wealth and transforming landscapes. So we know that our country depends on a strong industrial sector, no doubt about it. So the state of Paraná, I used to say, and that is a joke like from my state. So we have like many different local jokes. So the state of Paraná is now doing something different. Transform, right? And in this transformation, it's important that citizens, when they are eating like a chicken leg or chicken breast or a tilapia on the other side of the world, and this like pre-cooked or pre-baked, they must know that without the professional, the agronomy professional, and the other like important chains of the productive, the links of the productive chain, this food would never reach the table in a competitive value. So for me, it's an honor to be here, like sharing in different regions of the state of Paraná, the main events and the places for opinion makers, working since the rural producer until the students and future scientists, and preaching like the nutrients for life. So I feel extremely happy, open for partnerships, criticisms, and suggestions for them to become better professionals and influence better those that we help educate and those who are always aware to what we are doing in the main events in our states. I wish you all like a great day. And I thank you the opportunity for being here. I thank you, Anda and NPV, for making it visible. So I thank you all. Hello, everyone. I will summarize because our time is short. I am Professor Newton from the State University at Mato Grosso. I thank you, Dr. Walter, for the invitation to compose this group of ambassadors. A great pleasure like to continue this work that Dr. Inácio began and Dr. Cantarella as a tutor in my master program. I just want to say that it's a noble mission to talk about nutrients. It's easy, so we all have training on that, but now we need to multiply it in the public, beyond the public that we have here, so the ones that do not know much about it. So this is our mission. Congratulate Anda for this initiative. That back there was this big challenge because when we didn't have scientific information, made the hundreds of like experiments showing the importance of fertilizers for the agriculture. And now this is our next step. do the same thing to show the importance of fertilizers for human health and people's health as a whole. Thank you. So thank you all very much. So our time is a little bit short. I would like to thank you all, and here's the invitation for all the companies that have interest in participating in NPV, like to come to us. So we need you. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, professor Val.
Thank you, Professor Walter. I would ask you to go back to your places so that we go on. And now this is a special moment in this event. We'll follow from now on. Let's see. We now open the space to the award of the 4th Claros Florence Award. So thank you for this special moment, and to those following us online. To handle this homage, we invite to the stage once again Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, Head of the Board of Administrators of ANDA. We also invite Mr. Jorge Wagner Bonifácio Souza, Vice-president of the Board of Administrators of ANDA and President of AMA Brasil, the Association of Fertilizers Mixers in Brazil. And we invite Professor Dr. Heitor Cantaella on behalf of the judges of Carlos Florence Award 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is an initiative of ANDA, and it's a homage to our dear Carlos Florence, who left us in 21 after the decades of dedication to the sector. Let's know a little more about Carlos Florence, and the award will follow. Carlos Florence has dedicated his life to make the agrobusiness more fertile. Entrepreneur and the visionary of the fertilizer sector was an important leadership with the entities of the national landscape, among which AMA, the Association of Mixers in Brazil. As an executive director, he led the organization of the sector in a brilliant way, helping consolidate the role of fertilizers in the productive chain. A legacy that deserves our admiration and that today is represented by the Carlos Florence Award. This award is an initiative of the National Association to Spread Fertilizers, ANDA, that since 21 values the academic work, highlighting research and innovation in fertilizers. Since the launch of the award, the participation of students and the receptiveness of learning institutions is growing, and more the initiative complies with the aim of fostering research, innovation, and gathering archives with the best works developed in fertilizers in the whole country. This is the power of knowledge. After all, with Embrapa in the front, the Brazilian scientific research started a revolution in the field, strengthened in the last decade by the knowledge added by 300 graduation courses in agronomy and more than 200 post-graduation programs in agrarian sciences. With the technical and technology evolution, that Brazil became a power in the avant-garde of food safety of the planet. That's why giving visibility to the academia and supporting researchers is strengthening the transformation of agriculture. This is exactly the legacy of Carlos Florencio to all the sector of fertilizers in Brazil. We would like to thank especially the researchers who sent their works for this edition of the award. The receptivity of the Brazilian universities goes along with what we search for, fostering research, stimulating innovation, and gathering a collection of the best works developed in fertilizers in the whole country. We proudly say that Carlos Florencio Award is being consolidated as the greatest award in fertilizers in the country. We would also like to say our thanks to the 3 people in the commission formed by the researchers and professors José Carlos Polidoro, Vinícius de Melo Benites, and Heitor Cantarella. And to speak on behalf of the judges, we invite to the stage Professor Heitor Cantarella. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, you could see a brief profile of Carlos Florencio, an expert in fertilizers, a deep scholar on the topic, and I believe that many of you don't know the other side of Carlos Florencio, that is the artist, the writer. I knew Carlos Florencio quite well during the meetings of the NBV initiative. And in one of the meetings, he said, I eventually write some texts, and he would publish those texts in his blog. And as I like literature, I started following him and reading his texts. And at the end of his life, after those eventual texts that he published, he also published a book called Works on Solitude, Ensaios da Solidão, that was launched in Livraria Cultura with a night of autographs and so on. And Carlos Florencio was a revolutionary in literature. Maybe he didn't have many readers, but those who read his work knew he was quite an innovative person in style, in the approach. His characters didn't have names like John and Mary and regular names. He invented the names, and the landscapes where his characters were also didn't exist. He would invent everything because he was quite creative in writing, in his style that was quite original. So when I see this award that we have here, I think, well, it has everything to do with Carlos Florencio because he was passionate on fertilizers and quite an innovative person. So Carlos Florencio Award has a lot to do with this, with innovation in fertilizers. So when we create this name, probably this award was not created to the writer and artist, but the great technician and member of UNDA that he was for many decades. But anyways, it has everything to do with his other side. And now you know that whatever he is, he's quite pleased of seeing us here creating this award to promote innovation, promote inventions. And this award has works judged in 3 categories: innovation, viability, and clarity. It is totally Carlos Florencio, quite an objective person, quite clear, and a great artist. So this edition of the award took a while to launch, right? Because the greatest part of the works were written by the end of the time. But maybe we've had the most creative edition of this award. with the best work, the highest quality works. So universities from almost the whole country. Okay, we didn't have so many from the north and northeast, but we had USP, Lavra, Sena, Unesp, Viçosa, the University, Federal University of Catalão, of Rio Grande do Sul, Federal University of Paraná, Maringá, the Agronomic Institute, the National University of Brasilia. Well, people from the whole country basically enrolled for this award. We've had works in many areas, and many of the discussions or innovations are ready to be adopted by the industry. So we have innovations in additives to be added to fertilizers, micronutrients, additives to improve physical characteristics, nanomaterials, circular economy, biofortifiers with many nutrients, so it opens a new front of opportunity to the fertilizers industry to innovate in Brazil. Biochar, bone char, compatibility studies between fertilizers and defensives, and even other useful elements like silicon. So a big range of works, many of which are ready to be adopted by the industry. So it was an edition in which among the judges, we had a lot of work to select the best ones. But we did our job, and I believe we have in this edition, Tatarella, despite the subscriptions being made almost in the end of the time, but it was one of the most fruitful and disputed editions of this award. So wherever Carlos Florenzi is, he is happy with the result of this edition of the award. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the coordinator of the judges mentioned, this year we have 3 honor works. So let's know them and acknowledge them. So an honor Carlos Florenzi Award 25. So we invite to the stage to receive the certificates Ednei José Armani Borges from the Federal University of Lavras, talking about the role of selenium in the mitigation of stress and improvement of conilon coffee with the study of sources and doses of selenium. Ednei, you may remain here on the stage because now we know the next homage. I invite to the stage Hilda da Silva Cunha from the Federal University of Viçosa with the work Nanomaterials of Carbon to Stabilize Mixes of Mineral Fertilizers. I ask Hilda to wait on the floor so that we know the last homage. I invite now to the stage Frederico Luiz Pereira from the School of Agriculture Luiz de Queiroz at the University of São Paulo, ESALC, USP, with the work about the effect of the addition of zinc in the reduction of ammonia volatilization and improvement of its use in urea.
Pedimos agora para...
So now I'll ask the three people to come to the front of the stage so that we have a group picture.
Mais uma salva de...
One more hand of applause to them. Congratulations to those contemplated with the homage on the Carlos Florença Award 2025, going back to their seats. Meanwhile, I ask Heitor, Jorge, and Eduardo to remain on stage with us, because now it's time to announce the winner of the 4th edition of Carlos Florença Award. Jorge Wagner, do you have the envelope? So the mic is all yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The winner of the Carlos Florença Award is Bruno Maia Abdurrahman Cassim from the School of the University of São Paulo. Welcome and congratulations.
Bruno, seja bem-vindo, parabéns.
Welcome, congratulations, get your certificate and your award, 15,000 reais.
Amigos e
Ladies and gentlemen, Bruno has the work on nitrogenate new generation fertilizers with technologies integrated to mitigate losses by ammonium volatilization and improve the agronomic performance. Bruno, come here. The mic is yours. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is okay here. I'm pretty happy of receiving this award. Pretty happy because we have now the 4th edition of this award. So it's a huge opportunity to acknowledge new researchers in the beginning of their career. So I'm pretty happy that UNDA is promoting this event. And we're never here by ourselves. We have a lot of people to support us. And this is the moment I have to thank these people. So first of all, I'd like to thank God for the gift of life and work with you and contribute to the research. I also thank my family. That was very important to me during this whole time. I'm finishing my doctorate. I thank my tutor, Professor Rafael Otto, for his guidance, and FAPESP, the institution who founded my project. I thank my institution, ESALC, especially the program I work for, that is the post-graduation program on soil and plants, and the judges of this award. I know that it's not easy to read all the work, so I thank you for your time reading that. And I also thank the other institutions involved in this work, especially SENA and the State University of Maringá and Fertilizers Technology Center Young Light. And I'm pretty happy to be awarded because now I have money and I can help pay for my wedding. My fiancé is complaining a lot, so it will be very nice to us. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Bruno, once again, and all the contemplators this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we finish the ceremony of the Carlos Florencio Award. We wish to see you again on the next edition. So we see you next year. And now we invite people on the stage to go back to your seats. And please remember that NAC Global will offer the cocktail after the finishing of this Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now start the third panel of this Congress.
O painel de número 3.
So now we'll talk about the world geopolitics with the risks and opportunities and the impacts on the offer and global demand of fertilizers. To do so, we once again ask you for your questions to be in written and handled to our receptionist that will bring to us on the stage. Use the forms that you have in your backpack or ask them for a form if you want to make a question. And if you are following us via YouTube, send your questions via chat. And do not forget to put your name, city, and to whom the question is. To coordinate this panel, we invite to the stage Gustavo Zaintuni, the sponsor and CEO of Adufertil.
As a debater, now we receive Renata Cardarelli, the Grains and Fertilizers editor at Argus Media. And also, Carlos Cogo, managing partner at Cogo Inteligência in Agribusiness. So before we begin our third panel, we invite you here and also our online audience to watch the video of our master sponsor, OCP Brazil. The world population is growing rapidly. To ensure food safety, we must produce more food. As global leader in the chain in the production of phosphate, we help to increase the agricultural production in a sustainable way. Providing customized fertilizers for each kind of soil and crop. Innovating constantly, to create solutions for tomorrow, and contributing to feed people and care for the future generations. OCP Brazil. So to begin our panel, I'll pass the floor to Mr. Gustavo, who will conduct the work. So congratulations, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here among so many of longtime friends, some more recent. It's a pleasure to be here with Renata, representing Argus and Cogo, providing with his consultancy. So we'll talk about something that everybody lives every day. We wake up when we hear news and many things happening, geopolitical, worldwide, risks and opportunities, and then impacts in terms of offer and demand and fertilizers. Very complex topics, and we'll begin with Cogo's presentation. Go ahead, fire up. Good afternoon, everyone. Great pleasure being here once again. So quite happy, and also a little bit concerned, to repeat the dose this year. So not very easy task, consultants and analysts' lives is not that easy. So I was talking to Chiquinho, my friend here, and looking at the award and thinking that we were kind of like from the sixth Cerrado Symposium, where researchers and consultants presented many piece of work, like 1,500 people present, and I saw like the launch of ideas and innovation, and gave me even more certainty that Brazil is no longer like an importer of know-how and technology. Brazil is a generator of ideas, and we are the proof. Being here, like to give us like some hope, like for the future. So obviously, we have to look at all the situations for the short run, all the challenges, but also looking to what is coming on a mid-long run. To a lot of good stuff happening, including the fertilizer sector. Just showing like the consultancy to you all. So we navigate in many different areas of the agribusiness: inputs, fertilizers, biologicals. So the big multinationals, Brazilian companies, agricultural equipment, drainage, irrigation, 5 banks. And yesterday we had like Bradesco Agro joining us, BMG. So we have like 5 investment funds and food conglomerates such as Nestle, our client, LC Agriculture, and many other entities. And we end up like moving in all the different environments, and we can have a joint assessment of everything that is happening. So just reminding you the importance that the United States has for the Brazilian market. So minimize the problem that we are living is not the best way to go. We have to tackle and not undermine it. So obviously it's not a market is Asia, like represented by China, like Mid East, and all the surroundings is the big market for the agribusiness in Brazil. But the United States as a country is the second biggest importer of the agribusiness. So impact cannot be undermined. And we are going through an excess of information in the media and very little information, good information. So let's think about reallocating markets of this specific item and another one. That's not trivial. So I'm celebrating like 35 years of consultancy. Like open a new market is one of the most difficult tasks. So each market must be very celebrated. Well, we open a market in Singapore. So what kind of importance? Well, everything. It means a lot. Any open market is important. So lose a market is very painful. It's not the way we should be taking. We should be tackling this negotiation with a lot more like eloquence and strength. So obviously, have this political ingredient, diplomatic, make things even harder, but doesn't justify not to be there or not conducting any negotiation, diplomatic negotiation in an open way. What we see is an environment where people are trying to win something positive. I don't see any on what is happening. And as I said, the end of Congress of this year, I do not remember for the past years, like losing so much time talking about politics and agribusiness. Agribusiness has always moved alone with very little help. And now we have like to spend our time with that. So obviously, like solutions may scale. So today at 3 p.m. there is like a speech from Trump that may eventually, it's connected to like penalties like from Banco do Brasil, which is the big financer of agro, with 50% of the rural credit is Banco do Brasil. And one of the things that I'll show you, we have a list of sessions that are, like we have like orange juice and cellulose. Orange juice stayed outside of the list. It was not tariffed at the beginning. So I saw people in the media saying, well, so we will like drown children in orange. We're talking about like 1.5 million tons of orange juice is 50% of everything that Brazil exports. We were going to have like orange juice breakfast, lunch, afternoon, dinner. That's not how we say. Well, like beef is a little bit easier, we can reallocate it, but like lose a big market, it's always a very painful loss. And outside of the list, a lot of things were left out. So I still believe that coffee and cocoa are 2 items that will get into the exceptions list due to the harm that it's bringing to the American economy, like local damage. There are other things. I'm participating in like defending like the country in this section 301, and this one involves, and they allegate that we are doing like soy, livestock in areas of deforestation, unfair practices of like. And I'll show you one which is cotton. We have like quotas in the United States for sugar, beef, juice, and many other things. We cannot lose that. And the hardest one is what may be coming ahead, which is the additional tariff, like 100%, like to move us, like to do 100% tariff. It's not clear yet, which was done with India due to the import of fuel. Brazil, like 65% of all the diesel that we import is from Russia, and the fertilizers that we import from Russia. So fertilizers are on scale like since the turn of the year, so the market is stressed out. The war, a short war, but very harmful, like of Israel attacking Iran, and Russia had planned like a plant of nitrogen products and exporting less. So we talked a lot about that during the event. But in a moment where we face this kind of situations, our dependence in the Russian market is high. It's a market that sells some of the commodities. So they have a problem related to the external market, and Russia is an important player for the whole market. So American producers are complaining about the lack of access to fertilizers and operating more on a negative margin with soy or corn. But if you think that things are bad here, well, it's not crisis. So we have like the rural credit with 93% of adding. We have a problem to overcome it, but we cannot talk about crisis. We have to understand what crisis is. So when we live like the end of the beginning of 90s and the end of the 80s, we know what we are talking about, like 30% that we bought, the average like 26, 27% from Russia, and we exported only peanuts, and we bought some wheat from them. So this is the relation. Cost would increase, and logistics to diversify is complex and lengthy, like on a short short, because in the long run, like it's difficult to say because we have a lot of things happening. But on a long run, we have to replace Russia. So the idea is we have to negotiate. We cannot have like a government, a state so tacit, so passive in a situation that is so difficult with an important sector that this year alone, and this is not being said in the media, and today, like the team of agribusiness grew like 10% the GDP, but the GDP involves like fertilizers, freight, and all the elements. We'll get close to 30% in relation to the Brazilian GDP. This is a unique position, so a sector that is like becoming more powerful. And those who call like Trump as like a blabber, this does not seem to be a very good way. So he announced like the duplication of the tariff in India. India has been tariffed in that amount. So Putin now, Xi Jinping, and India all together trying to find the right way. And Trump is putting everything on India's lap in this position of like leader, global leader. So we have to get ready, and also we have to defend ourselves. So we have space like for negotiation. So let's think that we always talk about the challenge of this kind. We have opportunities. So you will see countries like redirecting purchases and suppliers looking for alternatives. We may have like better environments for new investments, bringing new investors and open doors for logistics and agreements. So we need more bilateral agreements. We only have like 3. So Chile has 45 bilateral agreements. We have to reduce the aliquot for imports. Brazil is a closed country. Our average aliquot is 13.2 5%. So in the OCDE, in the developed countries, is 8%. So the emerging agricultural countries, they have like 4 or 5% aliquots. So we must open. Here's the time like to reduce the tax, bring know-how, bring technology cheaper for the country. It doesn't make sense like multilateral agreements. We lost the time with the agreement with the European Union. That was the time like to sign, but in practical terms, it didn't happen. And investments. So we need lots of investments, and I'll show you the end of the process. The pandemic was an example. Well, we had an increase in terms of the value for the commodities in dollar. But that was not only that. During the pandemic, we moved from $100 billion in agro to 150, 160. And that was like gaining new market for beef, like swines and poultry, tinder, and we won the market in cellulose, sugar, and also like soy, and many other markets that we never lost again. And these are the moments that we can become different, and the Brazilian agro is ready for that. And everything that we did until now, a lot of new stuff is coming. Tomorrow I'm going to a seminar only to talk about artificial intelligence in the equipment and agriculture equipment. And we will talk about that the whole entire day. A lot of good stuff happening. But this one gave us like a level of competitiveness much different, and I'm going to show you. So we are using this large volume of planted areas in the second and third harvest, like continuous planting. You never stop your farm. You are always in activity, like 3 harvests per year. Change the size of our break even in terms of costs compared to our competitors. And I'll show you 2 examples. Almost 30 million hectares planted in second and third harvest. Soy grows in the summer. Brazil doesn't have to choose between corn and soy. Well, because if they do soy in the summer and it comes with corn in the second harvest, breaking one record after the other. Soy now is going into the Eco North, and it's closing like Rondônia, Acre, and Pará, the north part of Bahia. Corn, the second harvest, is connected to soy, with the exception of the south and the 2 more the coldest states that come with wheat. So wheat is also spreading to the Cerrado region. We have cotton, like Brazilians that we had in the second harvest. There's another one in the controversy that Trump has. So the American producers asking to investigate why Brazil is growing so much in terms of exports. So they must understand that our cost, like to produce cotton in a second harvest, is much smaller than theirs. So they've lost it for us, like a lawsuit in 2006, and they don't understand. So we have others that are growing along with corn and ethanol. So a lot of things happening at the same time. And this is creating this amazing pace in fertilizers, like growing and CGR more than 4% per year. Well, obviously, we have like the sum of like a poor soil in the Cerrado, but we have an impact of having like 3 harvests per year, growing in an amazing pace, like breaking like the plagues cycle, sustainable. This is sustainable. It's recommendable according to the research. So we are doing everything in a sustainable way. It's amazing, like corn, soy, wheat, like following on a sequence. And we are waiting, our consultants, like 49 million tons of fertilizers negotiated, even though we have a lot of difficulties. So record of production. So the media doesn't call attention because one record after the other, but growing like 2% in area and grow almost 3% per year during 30 years in productivity. And it has to do with this amazing work that we are doing, like awarding, and then like the low cycle of soy, we are in a point that the reduced margins are brought like to daily reductions and the cycle is closing. It's not a cycle of height, it's the end of the low cycle, like reducing the area in the United States, reducing areas in Argentina, and Brazil. Now we're moving on, and we have like this movement of advancing slowly with soy and advancing fast with the corn crop. The only area that grows in the world is the soy area. Argentina and the United States are stable. So Brazil is the only country that has more production of soy in the world. However, Why is the end of the cycle closing? That matters, like the graphic analysis for the future is this one. The relation between stock and demand stop growing. And the red line is the price of soy in the global market. So price stop going down. So we are no longer in a cycle of low. We are now in a scenario of stability for 2026, 2027. And if we are talking about opportunities, here was the first one. So Brazil and commercialization of soy from 2025 and even maybe 2026 will be saved by the HIF of tariffs. So stable imports, average but close. So situation like this, and so the discounts or non-discounts like to form like the FOB price. So they are stable since like the Trump, they are remaining positive and the prices negotiated for next year, they're still positive. So the premium is what is usually in red. So the harvest is negative, like the port's full, huge lines like the load trucks, and a lineup of ships of 45 days, like to load up soy. This is traditional country with low logistic and storage capacity. Maybe during the harvest, less $1 or a little bit more, but nothing like that. So this demand, like from China, on a level never seen before. China buying 75% of everything that we sold, like from January to June, took us like to a positive premium, and will continue in 2026, depending on the scenario between the United States and China.
And there's another polemic discussion of Brazil losing $20 trillion, and because of Trump, and China will quadruple their income, and it will not happen from night to day. But take it easy. Obviously, in China, at some point, they will deal an agreement that will be voted to have American agriculture products. There's no doubt about it. So I'll tell you the sequence now. We have two scenarios ahead of us. The agreement being dealt or not is not the point. The point is when, because there will be an agreement dealt. And obviously, China is a huge economy. They need the American market, and the American market need the Chinese one. So we've seen this story. The agreement will happen. Next step is to have soy there. And at this moment, to understand things, we have 23% of tariff in China on the American soy. Obviously, it takes them out of the game. And this is the same with corn and sorghum, cotton or meat. 23% makes them out of the game. So what can China do? In the first scenario, nothing happens. There's no agreement. The future prices will keep stable. And the premiums in Brazil will be elevated just like it is. In the second scenario, that, by the way, is not if it will happen, it is when will happen, because it will happen. It may be by surprise or not. And the scenario 2 is the inverse. China doesn't even need to create quotas. It's simply zero the import taxes with the USA. Make an agreement, zero the taxes, and we'll be fighting premiums versus premiums. And the American one is competitive in the second semester, the Brazilian in the first one. That's simple. So the future prices will increase in the stock market, and the Brazilian premiums will reduce. And I'm saying that to thousands of people, and we are having 20% of the future soy fixed in positive. Nobody wants to make a business in such a certainty that people don't make difference, and they are losing a wonderful opportunity of having a new year with this scenario. 1 year, soy 120 reais the bag in Mato Grosso, and the second scenario is to lose 12 reais per bag. It's the difference between profit and loss. The real margin of soy with depreciation, amortization, not EBITDA. EBITDA is 24-25%. Brazil always has margin in soy, but the real one in which We have the person alive paying the machinery and so on. It's small, but it's positive. And the American one is negative for the third following year. So we are now saving this to harvest due to the premiums. And the producer is unfortunately not making this decision on time. Competitiveness, the cost in each country and the average price of soy in the red line. So Brazil can be competitive in the depressed price environment and Brazil not. And remember that the American producers have many problems now. In the case of corn, it's the opposite. All the movement is to increase the plantation. The world is consuming more corn than offering. The United States has a big crop this year. Brazil has a second one that is greater and greater, more competitive as well. And we have two vectors of growth here. Exports, where Brazil is growing more in corn exports, along with Argentina, the United States with a great internal consumption, and Ukraine after the war is exporting 25% less than they did. And the internal demand that has now the reinforcement of corn ethanol. There is a business that I've been saying that we are creating the greatest agro-industrial cluster in the history of Brazil in the last 30 years after the cluster of the super energy sector. With this observation, 22% of the internal consumption of corn is corn ethanol in plants that are in activity, and the ones that will be in operation will have 47 with 12 or 13 projects more. We won't stop here. We'll go beyond that. Our environment is to need, 200 million tons of corn in 10 years in a very conservative calculation with the growth of animal food exports and ethanol in a very conservative way. And there's no doubt we'll break that barrier. We have different foundations than the soy market. And I was talking to Gustavo before starting that many producers in Goiás and Mato Grosso are saying the same. They say our farm is being more profitable in corn than in soy. And it's quite good, because soy has always been the main production to define the lead of the sector from one year to the other. And now we are distributing that with other commodities. We have a bias of increased prices in the future with the market consuming stocks. And you've seen the lower one in the last 10 years. And we have the price of fuels as well and the prices so that we stop all this dogma that we increase the prices of corn in Brazil and have to zero the taxes of import and exporting as well, and we have to have tariffs and exports as well. No, this is too foolish. Commodities, red line, American price, green line, price in Brazil. Commodities, if it increases there, it increases here. If it decreases there, decreases here, period. In the world, corn is worth 85 dollars. In Brazil, it's cheap with a zero import taxes. We zero that for coffee, sugar, meat. Do you see any difference? No, nothing, because we are producer of commodities. We are the greatest exporter in the global market. So the top price is the quality of import, and the lowest is export. Prices are decreasing, we export. That's simple. We don't need intervention in commodities market. This is stupid to intervene in the commodities market because it's self-regulated. The seasons of the Brazilian corn is because the prices decrease according to the harvest, and the damage is this one. At some point, Brazil normalized that and believed that this is normal. And the nice things are the comments that we see, like 1,600 sharings, and people say, well, I don't understand because you have this. And you see comments like this, and the other said, there's no rain in Mato Grosso this time of the year. It doesn't matter the rain. This is the power of bargaining of the producer. He spent a fortune in wheat and corn to put the end business on the streets. This is not good. There's nothing good in that. We shouldn't value that. Our exports in the second semester are growing, so the price recovery will come. To me, I'm concerned because Iran is the biggest consumer of corn from Brazil. China is not an important one. China is trying to self-supply in corn. So here's a point of concern, and the margin of corn is greater than the soy one because it's made as a second crop. So this is the point. Our first crop corn, just like all the other ones in Argentina, in America that are first crop, they are not competitive facing this one in the second crop. And I've heard that from American people. The second crop has no competition. No one can compete with us. It's a cost of opportunity that is quite effective, quite interesting. And this other commodity, they are complaining that Brazil became the third greatest producer of cotton, the second exporter, and production is decreasing in the USA. We are increasing Brazil, breaking records, being the greatest exporter. And they are talking about farms handled back and bankruptcy of producers. This is not the example of cotton. It's happening in soy with grains like soy and corn, but complaining of cotton, come on. And then they said, oh, we need to understand in NATO why Brazil is growing, because we left from 0 to 33% of share in the global market of cotton. It's not difficult to understand that. And just to remember, let's go back to 2008 to 2006. They were condemned to subsidies in cotton. And we did not subsidize anything. We are the second to last in line. It's 2.9% of the revenue, and the Americans receive 11% of the revenue. Why are they complaining? Our cotton is competitive because it's the second crop again. So it's a crazy business. We produce 1,900, 2,000 hectares. They produce 1,000 in Texas. So it's easy to understand. We are playing with the rooters to win. Our margin is good. Everything that we do in the second crop has this gain in effectiveness. From sugar, we see a turn in the cycle. We had a crop in sugar cane that was good in green areas, in beetroot in red, and then we have a better crop. So we are finishing the cycle of high prices in sugar. We are leaving the deficit in sugar for 2 consecutive years for a global surplus. So here we change the areas. The global prices are decreasing, but what is concerning is that the prices are getting closer to the line of costs of the plants in Brazil, that is about 17 cents per pound, and the future prices in New York, you see the contracts for 26, 27 next year will meet in quite a scarce margin, and it's in fact a point of concern. Well, let me see if I escaped something. Oh, coffee. In coffee, a lot of people had difficulties in understanding. We had many interviews given to Europe and the USA to understand it, and we have 2 problems. One is situational, the weather that is affecting Brazil and the world, and Asia is facing El Niño that collect the crops in Vietnam and Indonesia and India. But there are some issues in coffee, and this is quite a situational issue. That was an aspect of climate related to that. And we also have this structural issue. We have a new player on the market, China. And everything that China starts liking, we have to forget. This is the way, because they did not enter like Korea or Russia with a soluble Coney long coffee. No, they went to Arabica coffee in cafeterias, and they have more cafeterias than in the United States. So this is how things happen there. So China triples her consumption in coffee. So here's a structural issue in a world that is without coffee stocks. And then they blame the government and so on. And it's not to blame the government. They are so disturbed that they cannot even defend themselves. I would say they are so disturbed, not to say anything stronger. Let's say that they are only disturbed. But anyway, the future prices for coffee are decreasing gradually, but in a good level, with a better crop next year in Brazil and leading the production as well. Let me finish with the macro challenges, because within that we have huge opportunities, but huge, gigantic opportunities. And I'd like to show them to you, because here, this is when we look to the future. It's not futurologies. These are things that are happening, that are consolidating, and we are so involved in this daily life of concerns and heavy news seen as negatives that we cannot understand all the opportunities. And irrigation is the first one, because Brazil is irrigating 9.5 million hectares. This is we are the place that irrigates the least, and it's not possible with a climate change, El Nino, La Nina, one region or the other suffering, the south or the northeast. So we have potential here, most likely with environmental licensing, and even with all the 63 vetoes of Lula, we'll have improvement in approvals and so on. So we have to unbreak this process. We are progressing in the south and people. So if you have this pivot, you have 2-3 crops a year, and the payback will be reduced a lot, and it will be generally 11 years, but in Brazil, 6 years. So imagine 2-3 crops a year. And the second one is the picture that I showed, and storage. And this problem of storage has always been there. No, until 2018, before the pandemic, the problem was quite well solved. We would remove soy until June and had the second crop of corn. But it was broken when Brazil started producing more and more soy and less corn in the same year. So the growth is obviously welcome, but the challenge is huge. The static capacity is growing 2.6% a year, and our production of grains grows 5% a year for the last 30 years. So here we need investment, and obviously the problem is in Cerrado, where we have the big crops, mainly in Mato Grosso, but the records don't make us proud. And it's one after the other, and we have even more deficiency because we have no warehouse in the farmers. The American producer harvest, and it doesn't go to the railroad or to the road. They put it in the warehouse and use it during the year. So 60% of their storage capacity are in their own farms. So we don't oscillate payments in the port. We use it more rationally. And this is a big deficiency we have in competitiveness. So look how the Brazilian producers sell soy. 13%, 15%, and the red line obviously is the seasonal prices, because you reduce the premium that was saved by Trump this year, but you reduce the premium, then the premium is above when you have no soy anymore, so people will look at the good prices and cannot deal with them. And logistics, it increased a lot. The movement for the north brings huge improvements, and numbers show that. So I always want to show things to prove what I'm doing. So 10 years ago, it would be like that, 10 million tons in the north, 22% of the Brazilian crop is exported. And today, it's almost 50 tons, almost 40% exported. The agro in the north is vital, like with Bahia and going to Peru with the Chinese investments. It's very important to reduce this pressure that we have here. The agro in the north tends to work with almost 70% of the Brazilian grain crops. It's our agricultural frontiers, and we only deal with 40% of exports, and the ports are overloaded in Vitória, Santos, Paranaguá, and with all the fertilizers that we need logistics as well. So we in fact need to unblock the Brazilian logistics. I have no doubt about it. It's a problem. I'm sorry for the Brazilian representatives of government. Guilherme, I respect your work. And it's quite direct in the topics. We don't need to discuss a lot, but we have a lot of noise for just a few amount of money. They announced all that money. Come on, 22% is controlled interest. The other one is free interest from Selic. And when say, Paulo, I have a curiosity. And when I'm teaching in Fundação do Cabral, students ask you a curiosity, what commodity would live with a ROI of 36% to pay 25% a year with an interest and Selic of 15% a year? Well, I would say the one produced in Bolivia, that white powder, you know? Nothing else. Unfortunately, this is the response. We don't have to take soy, sugar cane, and sugar for that. So the topic of the moment, the trending topic, the main focus here is to grow sustainably. And I would say that many times I mentioned sustainability here, and this will be our entry to the new era of the tropical culture. I participated in this work. I was invited. I heard a lot of complaints. Minister Carlos Favro invited me, and only 2 private consultants worked in this committee of pastures. And they complained because I wasn't paid for my work, for my travel expenses, and 2-3 meetings a month, and I was never demanded. It was completely a voluntary work. I could have said no, but I believed that. We then mapped 101 million hectares of pastures that were degraded or under degradation. But 28 of the 40 million that we mentioned here were intermediate, and then we can work on that to put product there. And we worked with factual cultures of soy, corn, livestock.
Average of 1,700 per hectare, but it's a lot of money. Well, you know how much is like an hectare of land? So my client at CLC Agriculture was the first one like went to public to say, well, our next investments in like purchasing land will be in pastures and put in the system. So can you imagine that for the to the eyes of the investors, like the green economy, what it means? So coming like foreign investors. So the good stuff do not go in the media. So according to the second bid now, there was a leverage like private banks, 9 banks participating. Second, more, so interest rate in euro, 8.99%, 5 years, 2 years, default. The money doesn't come. So all the money like was spent because they want to invest that, they want the pastures, yes, and we can invest and double. And why is that going to happen? Why do we need so much implanted area? Because we are going to lead the market of biofuels. This is a completely like green stuff. It's going to generate like 1 trillion reais for the next 10 years. Green diesel, SAF, so ethanol and gasoline. So it's a gradual increase of biodiesel and oil in diesel. So getting to 25%. So we will become like exporters, like platforms for importers of biofuels. Countries that will have to comply with the reduction of carbon dioxide do not have like the you get Indonesia, Japan, including China. Maybe like a more electric matrix, maybe it doesn't require as much like biofuel, ethanol, sugarcane, corn, biofuel, soy, sugarcane, corn, and a lot of area. So we have the projections that indicate the extension of sugarcane area, at least like 2 million hectares more area for corn. This is going to be for the second harvest with the boom of all the plants coming of corn ethanol. Same thing for soy, with an expansion of biodiesel, the expansion of Brazilian biodiesel. As much as the American and Argentinian are made of soy, the European is made of canola, but our model is going to be a biodiesel with soy that presented the best results. So this is going to be a platform to expansion of our business looking to export. So, but it's difficult for Brazil like to become an exporter. Brazil in 4 years was important sesame, and we became like one of the biggest exporters. 3 years, not decades. So here things happen this way. So do we see that on the media? No, only bad news. It's only bad news. Bad news people read. So what is happening in terms of like good stuff, no one is seeing. We are the ones that use less areas to plant and nothing more sustainable than that. Well, because we have like 2 harvests per year, this area of like global security, and we are mapped. So look at India and China, 17% of the territory with agriculture. United States 17, India 50, more than 50%, 55% of all the territory used for the crops, Brazil with 11%. And obviously, our area is well reserved, 70% protected. Indigenous areas, the biggest indigenous area like preservation, APPs, conservation areas, native forests, 30%, yes, we can have our agriculture. We became the big exporters of grains, using 6% of the territory. A lot of people look at the soy map and think, well, these guys are planting soy like behind the fence, and so all soy. It's 5% of the territory, so all grains together with 2-3 harvests per year. A little bit more than 6% of the Brazilian territory. This is nothing. The biggest exporter of sugarcane with 1% of the territory. The biggest exporter of tinder and cellulose with 1% of the territory. We are crawling in eucalyptus. And the rest, like 2% with coffee and fruits, vegetables. And that reserve of almost like 19%, 160 million hectares of pasture. We have a huge potential with the biggest challenge for us like to recover the degraded pastures and without the degradation. So try to imagine the amount of fertilizers that we are going to need in those operations, like 25% of the mechanization and another fourth is the fertilization. It should bring the soil. So once again, it will become fertile, competitive. And with one detail in that pasture, now we are going to lose like the market for beef and the leadership of beef. No, 30 years ago, we had like half cattle per hectare, and now we have like 1.5. It's still a bad index. 1.5 animal unit on those pastures, it's a very bad index. Competitive states, Rondônia, Mato Grosso do Sul, have like 2.4, 2.2 animals per hectare. So if the whole entire Brazil does like 2.4, 3, we will free like 50 million hectares of area, and we will keep our competitive area without losing share on a global level. And not to say that I did not match my time, I still have 1 minute. So I'll leave like a QR code here. But as I'm going to leave here, and I have a flight afterwards, and so I put the lecture like on my portal. It's available there on our QR code and our Instagram page. There is like a button like reports. This lecture is available there. And the website, there is a key, but this one is unblocked. So you just click, and on a smartphone, you can click and download. So do not do now, so not to get distracted. We have more important things to do, but it's going to be there. With 30 seconds, I will just say my thank you to all of you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Kogo. For the scope of your presentation, we had many different fronts addressed, like block stocking, like tariffs. It's one of the risk elements in terms of geopolitics for the moment. So you ended up like touching like wars that we saw happening, and we still see Russia and Ukraine and problems near Yemen and a conflict that didn't last too long, Iran and Israel, but it all created an impact on fertilizers, and I believe that this is something that we should be aware. I want to touch some topics. The first one is like opinions are very strong, which is good, because one of the main objectives of ours in the Congress is to bring information so we can draw up our analysis and make decisions. So following this line, not only think about this extreme volatility that we live and think about what can be done, like to anticipate what we can and how to react, and what we cannot anticipate. So how do we react fast? What kind of decisions can we do according to each fact? Maybe the decisions not do anything, but we have to think about on what is going on. So thank you for bringing these attention points. And in your presentation, so the numbers only grow. Productivity is the result of the application of fertilizers the right way. So we cannot forget that in spite of all the biofertilizers, like organominerals and NPKs, will continue to become like the driver of plant nutrition. And for that sense, the work of local production are important, but imports will be the majority and must be seen, as you said, on the scope of the ports, the railroads, roadways. And here I want to mention some points for us to think about. We still live with a gray situation like Santos Port and the zoning plan, where the commercial dock doesn't have like an area dedicated like to perpetuate as an option for discharge. On the road of freight, in which we are extremely dependent, we still live an unsolved situation of the minimum freight. These elements must be solved so we can have this flow of fertilizers supplying without a restriction of sources, as you said. Like fighting is not the best way, and keeping diplomacy in all the channels will be necessary for us, like to supply this agriculture that is not facing a crisis, that is a problem with the restriction of credit, but will only move forward. So with that, I will pass the floor to Renata from Argus, like for her considerations on the international market. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here with you, Zaituni, Kogo, and I thank Anda also for the invitation on the Tortorella's figure. So I will mind like the time, like to comply with the time. So let's talk a little bit about the scenario of fertilizers. And we have, as Kogo mentioned, we have to talk about the tariffs imposed by the United States to many different countries, and we keep on following. But in the scenario, what is touching like the fertilizer market at this moment and tends to touch some countries, some regions that we still see as India. So the nitrogen market, it keeps on looking for fertilizers, urea, with auctions. So India, for the past few years, what we saw was there was an increase, an increment in terms of production in the India market. This year, one of the producers, one of the production units is facing difficulties. And in this chart, especially in the second one, we see a cohort in April when the harvest year in India begins until July. And then the stocks on the red line is very low. lower than for the past few years, and the production smaller. And India increasing month after month its internal consumption. So India is actually a driver for the fertilizers market, of the nitrogen markets. And also there are some other factors, global factors. So there is something that is geopolitical that involves Egypt, at some moments of this year, be it due to geopolitical reasons for the lack of reduction in the supply of natural gas from Iran, they had to reduce the production of nitrogen products and like around 85%. And also issues related to the human consumption. So Egypt naturally has this movement of like readjustments of the production according to availability of natural gas that comes from other countries, from Iran in this case. So for this year, so there is a potential, but it's still not enough for what is consumed globally in terms of nitrogenate products, thinking about the production unit, a new one that might be put in operation in Iran. And also things as the United States said that at this moment, not looking for as much volume in the export market. And we saw July a little bit more restricted in the import market from the United States, especially due to the tariffs. And now the only exception is the urea, like from Russia. So they continue receiving it, but with imposed tariffs by the United States to other countries and producers, urea producers, we saw a drop in the imports in July by the United States. So one trend that they will continue, but they will leave it for the first quarter of 2026. Now, during this time, they have a reduction. So a reduction in a local production unit that will take 400,000 tons of urea from the United States market. And in the fourth quarter, also problems related to the discharge, like to move with the urea due to the level of the river. So United States will intensify their purchases in the first quarter of 2026. So thinking about the European market, so the next panel will probably talk about it, which is precisely sustainability. So the European market after 2026, so the scenario may change, but what we have in terms of information is that it will be enforced the CBAM, which is the control in the borders for products, and like to impose tariffs with more intensive carbon emissions. So these products will be tariffed. We do not have it very clear when it comes to the price increasing in urea, but studies show that ammonia might increase in around like $26, $28 per ton. So we count with an increment on the price, on the cost of the raw material. So the Indian market is also like a driver. When we think about the phosphate market, they have like stocks considered like tight. So they will continue at this moment looking for phosphate as much as Bangladesh. So the region on the east will continue contributing for the maintenance of a price of phosphates. And then we saw that after the beginning of the conflict in 2022 between Russia and Ukraine, the prices of the other fertilizers ended up like backing historically like to levels of the historic average, and the phosphates are still high in Brazil. Mapping now is warming up again because Brazil insured a bigger part and a big parcel of what is necessary in terms of phosphates. And the east, in fact, continues like moving the market. And here we have like the cohort of April to July, and then we see that India continue to increase its needs of like phosphates. So another market, global market, which is extremely important to be mentioned and continues determining and contributing to the maintenance of the price of phosphates and also nitrogenous products, because China will or will not provide the volume of urea for India. So China has this allocation and quotes for exports that were announced in June, July, August for a period until October 15. So it's a point for attention. So it was expected that China would get to the market, and it did not. So and that contributed for the maintenance of prices. So these volumes are estimated. So there is also something related to the clarity and transparency of the information. So these volumes are estimated in terms of like the quotes for export from China. And thinking about potash. So the biggest point is Belarus, if they can export, so we do not see a scenario of like of a restriction. So the moment where Belarus had a difficulty to export from Lithuania, so it found alternatives, especially using like the Baltic and the Black Sea, but now it's more concentrated. Most of the exports leave St. Petersburg in the Baltic. So it can like re-manage its logistic, and thus also like increases the logistic cost because of the bigger distances. Because like that in Lithuania, there was a distance of like 650 kilometers compared to St. Petersburg with 950. And Brazil follows the same global scenario.
Also with issues beside the global ones, as we are a market depending on imports, but also internal and logistic issues that Kogo mentioned a little. But we have here the ports in the North Arc with relevance and gain in market participation, and the ports in the South and Southeast reducing their participation. Still very important thinking about the relevant total amount, besides other issues like the road freights and so on, and we may discuss more of that. And I'll finish my speech here to comply with the time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renata. Good reflections in line with the geopolitical agenda of the world and quotas of export that change, and that we have no visibility beforehand. Problems of gas that many times are due to wars, generating restriction in the offer of raw material, especially for nitrogenates, and conflicts in frontiers like China and India preventing exports from one country to the other in the Kashmir area, and sanctions that go beyond the tariffs that Kogo mentioned. It seems to me that risk management is the name here for sure in today's world, so that we manage in short and long term. Thank you both. I would like to open the debate here with two questions to both of you. The first one is, what is your expectation in delivery of fertilizers of the year? And the second one, in an environment with additional sanctions reaching sources of supply that Brazil has today, for example, the Russian ones, what would we suffer and how should we react? Well, Argus has no estimates on deliveries. What we do is to talk to the market, so I can tell you that According to the consensus and what we hear from the market, the expectation is of growth. The consensus shows more to about 47, 48 million tons in 25. So the Brazilian market of fertilizers will grow. We've seen, and even Jefferson mentioned in the panel in the morning about the increase on imports of ammonium sulfate and low concentration phosphate also contributing to increase the amount of imports. Obviously, we need to assess also the level, the percentage, the volume of nutrients, but in general terms, the total volume, this is the consensus. So we have more optimistic companies or people showing 49, 50 million, but the consensus is about 47, 48 million tons. Okay, let's answer the first one. Yeah, so 49 million tons, and our base last year would be about 7.5% of exports and sales, because basically the summer crop is already sold. And the great concern is about the second crop of corn for next year. The sales will start this year yet, would result in numbers this year, and will depend a lot, not only on the recovery of the corn prices that will happen, but also on the sections. So I'll answer maybe the second question in terms of sanctions. India was the first one to position saying they won't change their policies of imports due to the Russian commodities. And China most likely will follow this guidance with the same behavior and will keep importing. China is surviving on the basis of Russian petroleum, so they won't give up on that. And Brazil, as is the preferred target, let's say, of Trump, it is the preferred target this year at this moment, so we'll pay on a lot of tariffs. And I keep thinking the same. I believe things will scale. It won't be over in terms of bad news of tariffs, but I insist that our main bias and our possible way is to negotiate. We need to reestablish our diplomatic issues, first of all, and stop getting in direct line with Iran and Venezuela. We need to give one step back, and you mentioned that, Gustavo, and talking things specifically, and I'll be 64, so I should not blame my words now. So I think we need to negotiate. Okay, thank you. Yeah, in fact, negotiation is the word of the day, and I'm pretty sure that in having tariffs imposed to Russian products and secondary tariffs to Brazil, there's no how Brazil depends on the Russian fertilizer. So thinking specifically in phosphates and potassium chloride, with the restrictions we've seen with the China absent, that is bringing NPs, NPSs, and presenting offers. But even though in a volume and a quality that the Brazilian market is still trying to understand and even searching for these volumes to test, as well as urea that is having volumes available from China with a lot of static participants, because we have to test, but the urea market is more sprayed. The great concern in the phosphate and potassium chloride markets. Thank you both. Just a disclaimer here. ANDA has no projections on deliveries. We have participants on the sector that are more conservative, and now analyzing the second semester, we'll have each one's response and reflection regarding both topics. I thank you for your response. We have two questions here. The first one to Kogo. First of all, congratulations on a great presentation. Brazil is doing their homework for the biofuels in terms of logistics and international affairs. Well, this is the short answer. No. I don't know at which point we became diplomatic dwarf, let's say. I always mention that Brazil is the only country in the world exporting great volumes of meat with kosher production for the Jewish people. We export agribusiness to 200 countries, more than 200 items. This is our history. That's why we grew so much. We are not doing our homework correctly. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll guide this question to Renata. This is a question from Lucas about the growing agricultural production in the sub-Saharan Africa. Does it have any relation with lower availability of Chinese fertilizers to export? Complex question. Lower availability of Chinese fertilizers for export, generating growth in agriculture exports in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, good question. I have to say that I need to search for this information. I don't follow the market in Africa. I'm so sorry. I can search for the information. This area that we are talking about, we have 52 million hectares of area of good quality. So we have Chinese and Indians and Europeans investing, and this will be a moment where we'll deviate the traditional routes of fertilizers. That will be a global level competition, not in the short term, but it will happen. Well, thank you very much. So I think we finish here our discussions. Thank you, my colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thanks to the participants of this panel, and I hope you wait a little here because we now invite you present here and our online audience to watch the video of our master sponsor, Fertiminas. With innovation, agility, and future vision, we change the industry of fertilizers with high-performance technology. Today, Fertiminas counts on a robust structure with 3 units in Uberaba, Minas Gerais, 3 excellence centers focused on technologies to increase the efficiency of fertilizers. And now, a new phase. A modern and strategic space in Uberlândia, expanding our production capacity and strengthening our presence. Fertiminas develops technologies to improve the industrial production. For traditional fertilizers, we offer solutions with anti-dusting and anti-caking solutions to reduce dust and caking, making use easier in cleaner and more efficient environments. And for increased efficiency fertilizers, we have a complete line of advanced technology to foster the nutritional performance, like Phoscoat to enable the availability of phosphorus in the soil, and Micropros, a suspension stabilizer to apply uniformly micronutrients. It is in our DNA to innovate. And when we talk about innovation, it's not only a word like innovate and finish. No, it is to make businesses work. It's not publicity or marketing or putting that on the website. We have a lot of study, a lot of delivery behind it. So innovation to us is something serious. It's not a simple word of mouth. Innovating is understanding, acting with a strategy, and delivering value where it's most important, in the performance of production. Fertiminas, multiplying values, adding results. Know our complete portfolio in our booth. With that, we finish the 3rd panel today, and we invite you all for a coffee break to be served in the sponsors' ballroom. If you're following us online, we inform you that in 30 minutes we'll be back.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias. Com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Há 30 anos, a Raftec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções de alta performance para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Raftec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Somos a Euroquem. Da mina à mesa, estamos comprometidos com a agricultura brasileira. Todos os dias, agricultores se dedicam a produzir os alimentos que movem o mundo. Gente que, como o Pedro, Rafael, Nilvânia e o Igor, fazem da agricultura brasileira uma das mais importantes do mundo. É junto delas que nós, da Euroquem, estamos. O nosso negócio é criar soluções nutricionais de alta tecnologia para melhorar a qualidade e a produtividade do campo. Presença global. Produção nacional no Complexo Mineiro Industrial de Serra do Salitre. Somos Euroquem.
Na indústria, tempo é tudo. E a Fertiminas sabe transformar agilidade em produtividade. Em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, nossas 3 unidades trabalham em sinergia, garantindo produção contínua e confiável. E agora, com a nova planta em Uberlândia, ganhamos ainda mais força logística. Tecnologia, qualidade e sustentabilidade caminham juntas em cada solução que entregamos. Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Na Fertiminas, inovação não é só sobre produtos, é sobre pessoas, ideias e soluções inteligentes.
Com 4 unidades em Minas Gerais, somamos capacidade, velocidade e estratégia. Investimos em tecnologia e controle de qualidade para entregar mais do que produtos. Oferecemos parceria técnica, suporte contínuo e um time pronto para evoluir com o seu negócio.
Fertiminas, conectando indústria, tecnologia e produtividade.
Passamos a vida toda ouvindo histórias sobre solos extraordinários que a humanidade criou. Agora chegou a nossa vez de produzir. Chegou a hora de você, produtor, produzir os melhores solos que a agricultura já viu. A Mosaic Biosciences chega com um portfólio de produtos de bionutrição que te colocam em sintonia com o solo e mantém a produtividade no volume máximo. Mosaic Biosciences, para você produzir os melhores solos da agricultura.
A confiança de nossos clientes é o que nos motiva a inovar todos os dias. Veja o que eles estão dizendo. NAC Global, soluções inovadoras e sustentáveis para fertilizantes.
O futuro do agronegócio exige escolhas responsáveis. Na Teixeira Têxtil, fazemos isso todos os dias, com processos rastreáveis, matéria-prima reciclada e um compromisso verdadeiro com a sustentabilidade. Com essa visão, desenvolvemos o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse, o primeiro Big Bag sustentável, feito com matéria-prima reciclada, obtida por meio da logística reversa de Big Bags usados no agronegócio. Da coleta à reciclagem. Da transformação à nova produção. Um ciclo completo, rastreável, auditado e pronto para voltar ao campo com alto desempenho técnico e impacto ambiental reduzido. O Big Bag Teixeira Reverse reduz 24% no uso de recursos fósseis, 25% no impacto sobre a camada de ozônio e evita até 7 toneladas de CO2 a cada 10 mil unidades. Reconhecido internacionalmente, o Big Bag Teixeira Reverse redefine o conceito das embalagens de ráfia no mundo, produzido com a mesma excelência que garantiu a Teixeira Têxtil certificações ISO 9001 e 14001, dentro de uma estratégia ESG viva e transparente. Teixeira Reverse. Big Bags que carregam mais do que produtos, carregam propósito.
o desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A Adfert desenvolve soluções que combinam tecnologia, eficiência e sustentabilidade para transformar o agro de forma inteligente e responsável. Entre essas soluções está o Coat Max, uma suspensão líquida de micronutrientes pronta para uso, desenvolvida para aplicação sobre fertilizantes granulados. Prático e eficiente, o Coat Max não exige preparo ou diluição. É só aplicar diretamente no fertilizante. Isso significa mais agilidade operacional, redução de erros e ganho de produtividade no processo de mistura. Sua formulação em suspensão assegura a cobertura uniforme, excelente aderência e distribuição homogênea dos nutrientes no solo. O resultado? Nutrição mais equilibrada. Com infraestrutura tecnológica, a Adfert oferece a fertilizantes de alta qualidade e soluções sustentáveis com baixo impacto ambiental. A Adfert faz parte do Grupo Indorama, presente em mais de 50 países, levando soluções inovadoras para o mundo. Juntos, estamos construindo um futuro mais eficiente e ambientalmente responsável, impulsionando a agricultura com inovação e sustentabilidade. Adfert. Relações que adicionam valor.
Há 30 anos, a Rafitec, parte do Vaccaro Group, é referência em embalagens técnicas de polipropileno para o agronegócio brasileiro. Com tecnologia de ponta e uma operação industrial robusta, entregamos soluções para o setor de fertilizantes, como Big Bags e sacarias soldadas, com foco em eficiência, resistência e produtividade. E tudo isso com responsabilidade. Investimos em energia renovável e desenvolvemos embalagens com matéria-prima reciclada, como o BBPCR. Rafitec, embalando o futuro com confiança, tecnologia e compromisso com o amanhã.
Sejam todos bem-vindos de volta em instante.
Welcome back. So soon we will begin with the fourth panel of the Congress, and we take this opportunity once again to salute our sponsors, beginning with the master from Eurocan, Fertilizer, Mosaic, NAC Global, OCP Brazil, Teixeira Têxtil, Yara Brazil. The Congress also has the gold sponsor from Adferti, Adofertil, Andritz, Cisur, and Rafitec. And the gold and the silver sponsor, Galvani, Cesari, and Rocha Terminais. We'll begin in a short while our fourth panel.
Neste momento, daremos início.
So we'll now start the fourth and last panel of the day.
Pedimos também ao público.
We also ask the audience that is in other rooms of the event to come back to the main room so that we start our last panel of the day that will discuss the regulatory agenda and the innovations and incorporations of new technologies in the fertilizers industries. Once again, everyone, please, if you want to make a question, make the questions in written and send us via the receptionists that are in the room using the question form. If you are watching via YouTube, please send your questions via chat and do not forget your name, your city, and to whom the question is guided. To coordinate this panel, we invite to the floor Mr. Guilherme Schmitz, Vice-President of Marketing and Agronomy of Yara. As debaters, Mr. Alessandro Cruvinel, Director of the Department of Support and Innovation of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Mr. Eduardo Brito Bastos, Executive Director of the Institute of Studies of Agrobusiness, IAG, the Brazilian Association of Agrobusiness, ABAG. And Ms. Isabella Malpighi, Vice President of Sustainability of PepsiCo for Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite our online audience and you present here to watch the video of our master sponsor, Yara Brazil. The challenge faces us from face to face on how to feed the world without exhausting the planet. Everywhere, climate changes leave their marks. But it is still on our hands the chance to make better choices. At Yara, we are committed to develop positive solutions for nature. We change technology and the energy matrix of our factories so that today we produce fertilizers with up to 90% less carbon emissions. We change decades of studies and research in harvest with more productivity and better nutritional quality. We changed mineral fertilizers in the key part of food security and prosperity. We changed the presence of our team in the field into a partnership of trust and respect with each farmer. And this is how today we collaborate with the transformation of exhausted soils and regenerative farms. Yara, transforming knowledge in productive and sustainable agriculture to everyone for the last 120 years. To guide this panel, I pass on the floor to you, Guilherme Schmidt. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, and to talk about it, we are here today to talk about innovation and how innovation impacts productivity more and more in our crops with quality and sustainability. I guess this is the point of nutrition of plants in our sector in this sense. I'd like to thank, first of all, ANDA on behalf of Eduardo Monteiro and Tortorella. Thank you for the invitation to guide this panel. And also congratulate for the 12th Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers. This is an important moment, considering everything that we saw this morning and this afternoon as our reflections to prepare for the next year. So I think many things that we saw here are very interesting, and all companies are preparing here as the sector to comply with the demands of the market next year. So we'll have here reflections on how the market will behave. We've seen some challenges in terms of the sector from the point of view of infrastructure and credit and logistics, taxation, the tariffs, and the fiscal part, and everything that somehow must be in tune with us so that we are prepared for next year. However, I would suggest us to look at opportunities as well. In the first panel, we saw the opportunities to expand the market. There is a market that is growing and will keep growing in the search for the production of food in a more sustainable way, demanding more efficiency in research, understanding of the solutions needed to produce more and with reduced carbon footprints and with more sustainability. We saw the growing of technologies like ILPF and the recovery of degraded pastures, and we'll talk about it here as well. So these are opportunities that we'll have that the fertilizer market has to be tuned with. And what is our role as a sector here? What is in our hands as a fertilizer company? Well, I would say it's exclusively on our hands as a fertilizers company to comply with this demand of the market in the production of solutions to comply with the demands from the point of view of productivity, sustainability. It's all in our hands. And this is what we have to do, because the other factors are external: geopolitics, credits, logistics, tariffs, fiscal issues, but producing quality fertilizers, complying with the needs of the crops in a productive and sustainable way is in our hands. Nobody will do that to us. And this is what we'll discuss here. I think this is a panel for us to discuss innovations and how the companies on the sector are preparing to the innovations and to absorb and incorporate new technologies from the point of view of the industry, and what are the needs that we have from the regulatory point of view to go on with that and have the solutions on the hands of agriculture in an efficient way. So to start the presentations and the debates here, we have a group that I would say quite multidisciplinary and complementary. We were talking in the backstage that to make it happen, we have to integrate the chain. So we have Isabella from PepsiCo here, that is the one that is representing a food company here that is in the end in the sector of fertilizers. And we have to look at the food companies as well and how they are looking and understanding the role of fertilizers in this sense, with Eduardo Bastos also here, bringing how the market, the agricultural market, sees us as a sector and how the sector can contribute to the agricultural market and how we can unblock some agendas in terms of remuneration and monetization of some things for sustainable practices and the use of innovations for sustainable practice and how to monetize that. And Cruvinello here to talk about the work from the point of view of the public sector to help us unblock this agenda of innovation in a fluid, fast, and easier way so that technology reaches the end of the chain. And I invite Isabella now, that is the Vice President of Sustainability of PepsiCo and one of the companies that is leading the food production in a more sustainable way. To pass on the floor to her to tell us what PepsiCo is doing in the sense for a more sustainable production and the role of fertilizers, how PepsiCo see fertilizers in this chain, and how can we contribute to the food production in a better way with more quality and sustainable from the point of view of a food company. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Guilherme, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this day with so many intense work. And PepsiCo is one of the greatest companies in the world in the production of food and beverage. And we take sustainability and performance as the pillars of the construction of the bioeconomy for the delivery of more sustainable food chains to the planet and to people. And within this agenda, the fertilizers industry is following us in a very extensive way. So I'll talk to you a little bit about these initiatives in the agricultural chain. So here, what you see in this image is one of the best-seller snacks in the world. And Lay's came to Brazil about 10 years ago. And in this beautiful package, we have an ecosystem of research and development and innovation and technology. And I'll bring to you some examples on how we've been working on this agricultural chain, gathering all this partnership and all the alliances we have in the sector. So as an essentially agro-industrial company, I share with you a little bit of the numbers of PepsiCo in Brazil. Today in Brazil, PepsiCo purchases annually 450,000 tons of agricultural inputs, Well, potato for Lay's, Ruffles, Elma chips, corn, soy for Doritos, Cheetos, quero coco for the whole coconut water supply, Quaker, wheat, cocoa for Toddy and Todinho, a lot of products in our portfolio that you don't even know belongs to PepsiCo. And considering the dimension of our company, we have the guideline of thinking globally but working locally. So within this guideline, 99.6% of our raw material is grown locally. So in Brazil, we have today, within the direct supply chain, 97 farmers that are partners. That is how we call our farmers of potato and coconut. That is the case that I selected to share with you today. And those farm partners count on the supply of the technical team of PepsiCo to develop technology and innovation practices, searching for greater productivity and sustainability in the field. And we share all these improvements with the demo farms that we organize during the year. And just as a matter of curiosity and information, PepsiCo today is the greatest buyer of chips potatoes in Brazil. We purchase 35% of the national production with 195 tons of potato. And very proudly, I can say that this is the result of a strong work developed over the last years. And we could reach 100% of the potato grown with at least 2 regenerative practices, among which low carbon footprint fertilizers, cover crops, or efficient water irrigation in the crops. And now I can tell you the results of that in the field. If we compare, we finished last week with the results of our PSD report of last year and comparing the numbers of Brazil regarding the baseline of 25, we've had 33% of reduction of pathogens in the crops, an increase of 22% of productivity, and a reduction of 28% in the amount of water used in irrigation. And why is it so important to bring these numbers here? Because they show that regenerative agriculture brings positive impacts not only to the planet and to people, but also to the industry, to the business. And that's why PepsiCo, besides all the commitment with the conviction, as we said in the beginning, we are leading the sustainability agenda in the world. And now to talk a little bit about the importance of the partnership that we've had with Yara starting last year in Europe and this year very proudly extending the partnership to Latin America, initially in Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina, and we hope to replicate even more. So we are working strongly to take this low carbon footprint fertilizers to our partner farmers. And why? Because those fertilizers bring a strong footprint of innovation as they are manufactured with renewable energy sources. Many of them have a technology of absorption that is slow. They also have, as part of our partnership, a training to the farmers to improve the way we apply the fertilizers in the field, reducing the amount and increasing the productivity. And why is this agenda so important? Well, I connect that to the last point because it leads the low footprint fertilizers to a sustainable development that we search in the whole chain. Because if we look at the map of atmosphere emissions of PepsiCo, 93% of our emissions are in scope 3, of which 62% are in agriculture. I won't get into details, but you may imagine how much percent is the percentage of this agricultural scope related to fertilizers. So a fertilizers industry directed to innovation and sustainable goals is, in fact, mandatory players in the transformation of sustainability that we believe is mandatory and necessary for us to keep moving a sustainable agriculture in Brazil, in Latin America, and in the whole planet. So we, in fact, believe in this agenda and we'll keep leading that with you.
And I had to bring like an extract of a second pillar of our sustainability agenda, how we transform this potato that we produce in the field. There's so much care and so much environmental responsibility. Here I bring the example of our plant in Itu, which is the plant where we transform lace and the rustic lace. I believe that many of you know. And the plant in Itu was the first one like to neutralize emissions by means of using biomethane. And one of the premises of the sustainability agenda of PepsiCo is to work with partnerships, because the problem with sustainability is so complex that even being one of the biggest companies of drinking and food in the world alone, we won't be able to make it. So we have this partnership in this case with Ultragas, and we are feeding this operation with biomethane in the Caieiras landfill, very close to São Paulo. So we say it very proudly, this plant is fed with biomethane, and we still have biomethane to feed 70% of all the freight that takes place to the distribution centers. And we did not stop there. This plant is also equipped with a water filtering system with membranes bioreactives that allow us to operate the plant most of the time during the year without consuming water from Sabesp here in the state of São Paulo. So we turn on the faucet from Sabesp, but when we have to do the retro cleaning in the water system. And just like a positive advertising from our plant in Itu, it's like zero landfill, because even the amido that comes from the process of washing the potatoes, we destine it to the textile industry. So this is a little bit about the sustainability chain from laces that begins in the field. And in that package, we have an ecosystem of innovation, research, technology, and a lot of commitment with sustainability. And here, just to close, another pillar that we have in the PepsiCo is the search for a system that is well balanced. And we been going through a reformulation of our portfolio for the past few years. 2 years ago, we got to the goal of reducing sugar and salt. And if you move in the corridors, you will notice that the products in PepsiCo, most of them do not have with the seals from Anvisa of a limit of products with a saturated fat and so on. So our Lay's potato is only 3 ingredients: potato, oil, and salt. So there's an invitation here for you to taste it again. And I'd like to close, and I will pass the floor back to you. This is just a sample of what is the sustainability agenda that internally we call as PEC positive. Is the transformational agenda that the company has that places sustainability at the core of how we create value and promote growth, considering growth within the limits of this planet of ours. So thank you very much. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much, Isabella. So it's very clear how much the food industry is looking for a production more sustainable. So PepsiCo is an example of that. And then when we had the very first conversations, we were when I said, well, someone that speaks the same language, which is the same way to go with agriculture. So this kind of conversation is very positive. But still, we see that this will go through regenerative agriculture. And we've been seeing that this agriculture is based on 5 pillars. One is climate, how we can move towards a climate neutrality. A second pillar, the health of the soil with practice that will improve like the health of the soil, physics and chemistry, but we see it moving to a more biological view of the soil, the health, and Embrapa is evolving. And Professor Ieda shows like how to measure like the parameters on the soil health. And the third is the efficient use of nutrients, how we can have this efficiency in use. Number 4, how we can contribute to biodiversity. And number 5, make it all happen, bringing like prosperity to the farmer. And the fertilizer can use these 5 parameters, can be neutral to the climate or contribute to the climate neutrality, contribute to the health of the soil if well used, the efficient use of nutrients, biodiversity, and create prosperity for the farmers. Because as Isabella said, it's a chain, it's a very long chain that we must act jointly with the chain and the food companies to make this movement happen. But in the end, who is going to promote the practices and are the farmers, and how are the farmers going to make it happen? So we say that Yara, we cannot have like a green agriculture with numbers in red. So the farmers must be paid for that. The use of inputs and the use of technologies and good practices more efficient, and it costs a lot. We know as a company, we as a sector, produce with more efficiency, with decarbonization, a differentiated product, it has a cost. And for that sense, the farmers cannot have the burden. We have to go through the chain, find ways to remunerate and bring this benefit to the farmer. And following the same way, I will call Eduardo Bastos to tell us how the agriculture sector is looking at all this evolution and how we can somehow monetize and bring revenue and bring benefits for the agricultural sector, for the farmer, for the chain as a whole, using these technologies that bring more sustainability and efficiency. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Quite a joy to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. So I will share my 10 minutes here in 3 points. Number 1, saying that it's quite possible. Second, that we have a promising future. And number 3, that it's not going to come for free. That will demand a lot of work. And why do I say that? Because the logic of the carbon market, and this is important for us to have it very clear. First, I promote good practices. Good practices will generate like the reduction in emissions or the increase of capture. If we could generate both, the better. Most of the world, like 70% of the emissions comes from energy, especially with the fossil fuels. So the focus is like reducing the emissions, but we as a sector, as agro, we have an opportunity not only to reduce emissions, but also to increase capture. This is the first thing. For the world as producers, for us human beings, this is what matters most, that we promote these good practices. But good practices alone do not create carbon credits. Once again, they will create like reduction or the increase of capture. And if I want to transform that in carbon credit, I must hire a project and measure and the efficiency. But then and only then, your carbon will become carbon credit. So the fact that you are using a nitrogen is green, or the fact that you are like putting fossil in a weak soil, or that you have like good practice alone do not create carbon credits. They create carbon, and this is different from credit. So in the Brazilian market, in the Brazilian law approved last year in December, this carbon credit, and credit is a word of voluntary market. It only exists credit in voluntary market. But I say I want to sell it in the regulated market, good. So the government will approve or not your methodology, and this will then become like a certificate of emissions, reduction of emissions. No, but I want to export this credit. And I read that, and they are buying for $100, and for agriculture, it's worth like 25. Beautiful. I want to convert like CRV in Intimus, which is a transference. It's a credit that is for export. And I can only do that once again if the Brazilian executive approves. So this is the first cohort that I want to do in my first 3.5 minutes, that good practices may create a credit that may create Intimus, and these are the exportable credits. And there is a process, and that doesn't occur. I do not get credit in the voluntary market and say, oh, I'm going to sell in the regulated European market. So this is the very first point that is important to mention. Second point is that we have a promising future because we have, like, in 70 days, we have a COP, like the Conference of the Parties, COP 30, like the number 30. So we've had 29, this number 30, that's why COP 30, in Belém do Pará, in our country. And then the first one is the third one in Brazil, so the last two, the first, the famous ECO 92 for the Rio 92, was the first one where the system was created, like to trade carbon. So it was done in Brazil in Rio de Janeiro, 1992. 20 years later, in the Rio Plus 20, we had the second one, and now we have the third one, the third copy, a 30th in the world. What is the world looking for? Implementation of the promises, because we have like 30 years, a little bit more than 30 years, because during the COVID, we didn't have COP. 30 years promising a lot and realizing relatively very little. So we have a lot of very good stuff happening, but in the agriculture, very little. And for those who are producers or very close and in the field, we say this is just like blah, blah. And a lot of promise and very little results. And the big challenge here is we must raise like 1 trillion, 1.3 trillion. So can we do that? Well, it's a lot of money, 1.3 trillion. So the GDP is 2.1, the planet on Earth is 120. $1.3 billion is a lot of money. But see how interesting. Last year, we spent like 2.3 in weapons. We spent 7.4 trillion with oil, subsidizing the sector. So if we found 2.4 billion, like to kill people, we should find 1.3, like to save them. Or we are completely wrong in ethics in the world. This is my second message. So we do have the money. We do not have the guts to do it. And number 3, and my last comment, is an example that I like to give, is that it's going to bring a lot of work. So you set up like an ethanol, corn ethanol plant. Okay, good. So corn use like nitrogen, and this is ALM, agricultural management. And this is good for the carbon market, but I will produce ethanol, and then I will sell ethanol, and then it's run off a bio. But then we have like the DDG left, and then I give it like to put an animal in captivity. But no, I will get the CO2, the residual, and I will inject back, and this is a biogenic carbon storage. But I will get the ray. I will spend in a very high temperature, high pressure. It's another kind of procedure. But see, I have an excess of surplus that I could deforestate, and I do not. And this is like reduced to deforestation. But you know that there is a bad area that is not good for planting. I will promote the reforestation. So I will reforest, and this is ARR. Afforestation, reforestation. In agro, we have more than 40 opportunities to generate carbon credit. 40 in the world, more than 170. What is the difficulty here? So last month I was in Londrina, and I was talking about it, and I said, well, I want just one product that would solve everything. So we don't have one silver bullet, but this is the reality. And the beauty here, but now listening to you, it becomes even more clear, because this is what we share. Complex solutions demand interconnection of knowledge. complex solutions demand interconnection of knowledge. So we do not have like a ready answer. We cannot say, I want to sell something carbon zero, so you want zero or neutral. So there are things that you control in your plant. No, I want zero. I want the transportation and everything. So, well, good luck. Because when you put scope 3, most of food companies which are part of your food chain, 90% of your emission is in your food chain. There is no bacon like zero carbon if you don't work with what comes from the soy. So there's one nugget carbon zero if you don't work with the corn chain. There is no lace with carbon zero if you don't work with the potato chain. And once again, this is the beauty, because the climate agenda, the carbon agenda, is pulling a discussion in the sectors, which was not that common. So let's agree that taking the sectors that are fully connected, generally speaking, like one poultry producer, let's say like a company, like they know what the producers are. They don't even buy the producers, so they buy from a trader that brings from the producers. But the moment that I have a company that manufactures soft drinks and 80% of the emissions come from sugar,
I can sit with the plant and the producers to discuss, because 1/3 of the sugar production is there. So if I do not talk to them and say, how do I exchange that, or how can I have a system that can capture more? How do I can have an ILPF at Skincariol in which the forest component can capture as much or even more? So this is the beauty that climate changes are bringing to us, a huge opportunity of dialoguing and building more and doing more all together. This is what the world needs and what we deserve. Thank you. Thank you, Edu. I think it's clear in the two words here of Isabella and Edu how much is possible to comply with the agenda to produce more, to produce with the use of techniques, to be more efficient, and with sustainability as something quite positive to nature, with a more regenerative agriculture, so that it improves over time and with practice, and that we can make money with that. It is like Edu mentioned, is to avoid emissions like capturing carbon. So this is a way with the use of technologies and innovation, and fertilizers have an important role here. Whether being the one to produce more incorporating carbon to the soil, or the one that with the carbon footprint will reduce the emissions, so that we can show and certify and show the value of that, as he said, so that we make money with that, with the farmers, so that we stimulate them for sustainable practices and things that make it happen in practice. And for us to unleash the solutions and stimulate the industry to promote innovative solutions, we have an important agent in the sense to regulate, so that we in fact take technologies that in fact work and are within a logic, as well as facilitating and bringing faster way of fostering that. So in this sense, I invite Alessandro Cruvinel from MAPA, to tell us what in the ministry you are doing, so that we stimulate the production of innovations in the field of fertilizers. Well, thank you, Guilherme. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you for the invitation. And I think that it's my first participation here in the Fertilizers Congress, and I'll talk a little about the inputs. I'll talk about a program that I was honored to lead for 3 years, and it's still there in the Secretary of Innovation in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, with the Department of Agricultural Innovation. And I'll talk about bioeconomy as well, because Brazil is developing a national strategy for bioeconomy, and I would like to talk about it and talk about a strategy of innovation a program for open innovation that we are developing and making all connections with the fertilizers and bringing that to you so that we can follow a little bit more and reach the goals of what was presented here before. I mean, how we can have those 40 million extra hectares in the grain production and how we can reach 75 million cubic meters of energy. That is what the ministry is saying, and they understood and realized. And we know that Brazil, as Professor Carlos mentioned, has this potential for exporting biofuel with potential for production and with our ability of facing all the discussions and debates related to feed, fuel, and food. So this is a discussion that happens much more in Europe in terms of the dispute between the production of food and biofuels. And I agree with Professor that in fact it makes no sense to us. And we know that because in Brazil we are competent and able to produce according to the demand. The market can regulate easily. Now, talking a little bit about innovation and starting with the National Program of Bioinputs with this audience focused on the industry of fertilizers, I would like to ask you to think a little bit more about this synergy and this potential. And I was talking to Guilherme about the fertilizer companies that are tuned and observing companies of bioinputs and how you can enter and have products to have synergy with the market that you work currently, because many of you have companies and are paying attention to that. So the program started in 2020 with a clear perception of the government on the need of investing and fostering the sector. And I'd like to bring some curiosities here. And I had the opportunity of participating and being the Secretary of Innovation at Embrapa before coming to the Ministry of Agriculture. We can work in Embrapa and Ministry of Agriculture. I was from Embrapa, now at the Ministry. And the last contract I signed, I mean, I was dealing with licensing of technologies in Embrapa, taking them to the field. And we took them with partners and companies that make partnerships with Embrapa. And I worked with a product called Biomafos, that is a solubilizer with the two microorganisms to make fossils soluble. So when we developed the program, I left and I imagined with my colleagues that, well, if the microorganisms here with the technologies of Embrapa, if they overcome the royalties of Embrapa and at least double in 3 years, as I can see in terms of potential. And the royalties of Embrapa with these products now is more than 5 times all the collection of royalties in the 70 improvement programs of Embrapa. So it's quite a shocking number. So we had 300 and now we have 6 million hectares working with this solubilizers. So it's a huge potential on the market. And I'll bring another story of the researcher in Embrapa that collected in the margins of the Amazon River microorganisms, and he is mapping and sequencing the microorganism, trying to understand its application. We have many hundreds of other researchers like this one with collections of microorganisms, but somehow it was not organized. That's why we have the program, and we then map the collections of microorganisms we have in Brazil, and we created the networks of innovation in bioinputs. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in knowing, to go to the Ministry of Agriculture network to understand what's going on and be part of the network and see the events we are promoting. It's much easier to go to the network today and access a federal institute with the potential research that you can be part of. And it's much easier than going from door to door in the 150 collections that we have. So everything is easy to access there. So this is the first invitation. So this is the BioInnova network. Regarding regulatory issues, I'll be brief, but Brazil is the first country with a specific legislation for bio inputs. I had the opportunity of participating on an event at FAO presenting the strategies of Brazil for bio inputs. It was a work like this, and people were standing because there was no space for everyone to sit and understanding how Brazil is dealing with that and how they created a specific legislation for bio inputs. So we are a country that was not in the market of bio inputs 6 years ago. It was Latin America, not Brazil. But today, Brazil is one of the greatest consumers of bio inputs. And it's fast, and behind it, we have all the strategies and all the producers with an intention that is guided by costs, we know, but we have public policies fostering, and in FINAP, we have 400 million reais to foster new technologies. I could speak in a longer time here with bio inputs, but we have to summarize. So we are also developing a strategy to develop inoculants for grass. If we could do that in soil, and we use nitrogen in that, why not in grass? Well, due to technology, but there are potential products, but we need to spread that. That's why fostering that, and we are searching with the FINEP to have resources to develop these technologies. Well, I'll now talk a little bit about, if you don't know, bioenergy solo and Dr. Yeda. This is another way of observing the soil, not only seeing the physical and chemical characteristics, but also seeing how the life is in the soil. This is another wonderful research of Embrapa that there's no doubt we cannot talk about fertilizers without observing the impact on the microbiota in the soil. So it's another way of observing and making an agriculture. A great innovation in Brazil. We see that nowhere else. And now I'll briefly go through the national strategy of bioeconomy that is led by the Ministry of Environment, Treasury, Industry and Commerce, and in the Ministry of Agriculture, coordinate a working group dealing with biomass. So all the discussions we've had on the volume of biomass and how we make sustainable biomass that is mandatory with the least possible reducing the carbon emissions. So this strategy is designed in the government. It's not simple. With the participation of the private sector, and the working groups have 40, 50 people, most of them from the private sector, associations and representations, to help us think on how we can progress in the production of biomass, because to reach these numbers of the production of food or biofuels, we need to increase the production of biomass. The missions are two. This is our policies based on missions. So the first one is to increase productivity. Without you, we can get nowhere, okay? We need you for productivity. So increasing productivity, and second, with the diversification of species. So it's in the long term thinking about agave or macaúba and other species. So then we are talking about the genetic resources. That is another policy that we coordinate as well. Well, I'll finish here, not to take too much your time, but on 7, 8, 9, we have an event in Brasilia with the Coricaca. That is an event of ABDI with the Connecta map, and we'll show the innovation strategy of the Ministry of Agriculture. A very nice event. You are all invited. It will be in Brasilia on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of October. And we'll talk about the ecosystems of innovation and how we deal with all that with the state. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very nice to see the agenda of innovation happening and progressing. Last year, exactly 1 year ago, I was honored to be here guiding a panel, and we communicating in this Congress in the last edition that month we would be having the first low carbon fertilizer 1 year ago. And during this year, the fertilizer that has 90% of reduction in carbon footprint with the renewable sources. So over this year, we used it with 29 farmers to produce low carbon coffee. And this coffee is being harvested now and being treated, and we'll have the first low carbon footprint coffee. And I hope, Isabella, that next year we can eat a low carbon footprint potato so that Isabella brings a lace with a low carbon footprint. Okay, Isabella? But anyways, these are facts and examples of things that are happening. Innovation in fertilizers contributing to a more sustainable production. So what was a thesis a while ago, a few years ago, is something that is now a reality. We can now scale, but as we see here, we have a demand of the chain and an integration in the chain that is quite strong, so that in the end, we can deal with the end user that is searching for food, that is coming from a production with more technological, sustainable, and efficient fertilizers, and that it comes as payment for the farmers as well in the end.
And to make it scalable, this is the biggest challenge we have. We proved that it works. But how to scale, how to make it happen? And in the year of a COP30, where we're going to expose this coffee there, we're going to serve this coffee there for all the participants, like low carbon footprint coffee, and showing that it's possible to do that in Brazil, and showing the Brazilian agriculture is productive and sustainable. And we must scale. And how to scale? How the fertilizer sector can contribute? How we as a sector can make this scalability happen? And then we gain more adopters. So this is a question that I have for the three of you. How you see that the fertilizer sector may contribute for this scale? How can we scale? And what are the bottlenecks that we would have like to break the barrier in terms of the adoption of technology? Isabella, you first. So as we said, Guilherme, so the biggest challenge we have is extremely complex problems. So problems are extremely complex. We can't solve alone. This is a premise that we have in my company, like partnerships. So the way for us to scale this low carbon market of the fertilizers is creating partnerships. As we created the partnership with Yara, initially in Europe, then we brought it to Latin America, and eventually we are going to extend to all other countries in Latin America. I have a dream, as we were talking in the backstage. So this partnership must be extended for the whole value chain, not only to stay with the PepsiCo that produces the potato, that benefits the potato and sells it, but eventually like extend it to the retailer that sells the potato to the end consumer. So the way for us like to scale is to distribute responsibility among all the players that are within the same ecosystem, including the private initiative, government, and everyone together. So I do not have the formula. I think that the formula we will create according to the problem we have to solve. This is one of the premises of our strategy. I brought the case of the partnership with Ultragás. We have others with the filtering system, that we have the partnership with Heineken and Ambev to receive the water, to feed the plants with the consumption of fresh water. So we explore partnerships to solve complex problems. And I see that in the case of the agro, it's the same way to go. We must explore partnerships to solve problems related to the low carbon fertilizers. Good. So I see a solution of going through like a tripod, like finance, regulation, and P&D. R&D. So we need to have more resources, and I made it clear. So we do have money in the world, particularly for this agenda. If we look at last month, so the program EcoInvest placed 30 billion reais to recover like degraded areas that are going to be distributed to 11 banks. with a rate that will reach like half of the traditional rate that the producer obtains. And this program is open for all companies, so no input companies join. So here's something for us to think. We have systems. The money that comes from Eco-Invest is 1%. And for those who work with finance, I'm just an agronomist. But 1% in real is very cheap. So there will be other auctions, so please follow. And obviously, there is no recovery of fertilizers without fertilizers. So finance, regulation, and and R&D. And why do I say that? Because I see it in a very clear way. We were talking about the 3 C's that moves the world: conviction, constraints, and compliance. We should do it by conviction. And sometimes we feel like a little bit, we look at the neighbor doing, the competitor is doing, and we can't do it. But sometimes we need to have compliance, law obliging everyone. And, like we all have to use to wear safety belts. And it's important. And this is conviction. But many times, like for our kids, sometimes you have to impose something and say, well, if you're doing it, it's better if I do too. You create that kind of uneasiness and say, no, I'm stubborn, I don't want to do it. Well, then you have a fine. So clearly, I see that these 3 C's help move the world, and I'm quite happy to be in this panel. And we were talking about it, and I know the organizations that believe and moved and began moving by conviction, that more people move by conviction. And when they see like feasible examples, try to make the difference, because it's possible to do it. I have no doubt about it. And we are available like to help you along the journey. I fully agree with Edu and Isabella, so especially the Secretary Guilherme was here. We did not meet, but there's a strong movement to have like a suffer plan that is more sustainable. And this year we have a strong problem with the Selic, like the difficulty like to compensate with the interest rate of this magnitude. But what is important here is that the directioning for us to have a policy of financing plan for the harvest that values sustainability. This is new. So this is important. Like a kickoff, we could not actually use all the technologies. We're beginning with integrated and organic, with all the ABC Plus plan, but this is going to expand. And I'm sure that this is going to help to scale the technologies that have greater impact. When you have like a rebate or a reduction on the interest rate for those who are doing what they should be doing, it works well. So the ABC Plus plan is showing the results in terms of like emissions reductions and also like the power of the financing. And when we look at the R&D, so Brazil, we are not well organized still. So innovation in agribusiness works in a very dispersed way and works in a very concentrated way in the Southeast. North and Northeast do not have the same benefits that we have here for many different reasons. So it's important, this work of think on how we can develop like these ecosystems of innovation in the livestock. And what we are doing to leverage this are the protocols of intentions with the states. We have 17 protocols with secretariats of innovation, agriculture, developing the local ecosystems. And the idea is that we have a space, connection, a forum with all the ecosystems of innovation in Brazil. And that doesn't exist. And also a virtual platform that is going to be the Mapa Connecta. Israel has the Startup Nation. Russia has their own. Lots of countries have their virtual platforms, and you can connect among yourselves and then launch challenges in terms of innovation. And you ask how we can access the startups and us. in a faster way. Companies with a lot of leverage with a fertilizers company. So we want to create this virtual environment in the territory and in the virtual environment. And then we can speed up the adoption of technologies, which is a little bit of your question. We have like 3 questions, and let's try to answer in 1 minute each. An extra challenge. First one goes to Isabella, comes from Gabriel from Campo Forte. As a big company of food, sees the role of the fertilizers industry in the build-up of a more aligned chain to the goals of decarbonization. How a big company like PepsiCo sees the role of aligned with the goals of decarbonization. So the role is crucial. As I said, so we map our carbon footprint. 93% is in scope 3, 62% is in agriculture within this scope 3, and then most of this 62% is within fertilizers. So the fertilizers industry is a very powerful bridge for us to reduce our carbon footprint. So this partnership with you is vital, like to promote the climate changes and also like the build-up of this food system sustainable, like to feed the whole country, the whole planet. So they're 40 to 60% depending on the crop. A carbon footprint of an end product comes from the nitrogens. Changing like the crops has this huge representation. And for Edu, from Augusto Leão, he comes from ICL. So how the agribusiness in Brazil can work to become a reference in carbon capture and generation of credits. Thank you very much for the question. So number 1 is a walk the talk. So we must do what we are talking about and have more projects and tell our story abroad. The more absurd it is, like most of the population on planet Earth is on the northern hemisphere, money is there, and those who work with trading has the long and short. So Brazil, we are short in money, but we are long in food, we are long in nature and carbon. So how can we connect that? So the world sometimes doesn't know how. And I can say that like 15 years that I'm a bag, and for 15 years I've been traveling the world selling Brazil. And when we say that, they say, well, you produce coffee. And I want to die. You know, we are the biggest producer in the world. Well, but I never went to a shop that had Brazilian coffee. Well, but our coffee is there. So we do not sell our brand. So it's quite normal that people do not relate directly to us. So we need to sell more and take the opportunities of the big global events. This is the tip, like COP30, but not only COP30. So next week, and maybe this is the main project of the federal government, and I'm a member of it. So Polidoro is a secretary. And next week, we are going to launch in Rome this in a global scale. So this program is, so we have like 40 million of hectares, and we are going to Rome next year, like to launch this world plan to raise $400 billion to do the recovery. So once again, 400 million, it's 1.3. So, you know, like send us a little bit and we help like so capture carbon, produce food, reduce like the pressure on deforestation, and also, so the world wants this story. So people want to say, well, I want to help here. I want to contribute. We just need to sell. The world wants to buy. We must learn how to sell and not only like be sold, which was the story of agribusiness since colonization. So let's change it because we have a lot of people that want to buy. And 1 minute, Ravenel, taking the opportunity of your question, is from Paulo from Embrapa. So let's say it in the singular. What is the biggest block in terms of regulation, like to speed up the adoption of more sustainable and innovative fertilizers in Brazil? So the regulation area in fertilizers is not my area in the agriculture ministry, but I've talked to the team. And today, I think that the fact that we can have like a special regulation for inputs like reduces the price of like in fertilizers, and it's going to be a more simplified process. The process, I think, it's a big lab with bio inputs that we want to simplify the process, and that is a learning process. So we are the inspector, we are there at the agriculture ministry. They think one way, but the fact that they are there already thinking in terms of simplifying and fast tracking for the the registration of products. I was talking to a friend about inputs. So regulation, she is from the animal area. And she said, well, this is related to bio inputs in the animal area doesn't work. So we still have internal difficulties that must be resolved. But the first way to build this new regulation, the decree might come up until the end of the year, and we have people there providing support, representing you in terms of simplification. So that gives a good shake to show like the way in terms of simplifying, and then we can have more speed. We've registered more than 100 products per year, like bio inputs, but we want to increase this capacity of like registering products, reducing the queue, and then you can have more time to access the market, and that doesn't stay there just waiting forever.
Well, I think it's quite clear how much the world demands more and more food, and we see companies like PepsiCo and many others demanding sources of food that are more sustainable and more sustainable in terms of agricultural practices. And the good news in this sense is that fertilizers has an important impact in that. It plays an important role in the sense of producing more food with a quality and in a more sustainable way. A better production, more efficient, and with less emissions. And how can we develop that? Well, with knowledge, research, and gathering the chain and creating ecosystems and business models and ecosystems like Isabella mentioned of production, gathering knowledge and business models to pay for decarbonization. And in this sense, all the governmental part to support us and block some agendas, so we have an intense work to be made, but we can only do everything all together, mainly for that this value goes back to the chain, so that we have value to the consumer, to the food company, the fertilizers, and to the end farmer. So fertilizers have an important role in the food production. We shouldn't talk only about fertilizers, but talk about food and how fertilizers impact this production to be more efficient. And this is the contribution of our sector in the production of food to feed the world in a more responsible way. And this is the role of our sector to have a more and more sustainable agriculture and to promote that globally. And this is the big strength and a competitive advantage that we have in Brazil to be a great producer and a more sustainable one over the next years. Thank you very much. Thanks my colleagues in the debate. And once again, thank you, Anta. Thank you very much to the participants of the last panel of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, after this panel, we ask people on the stage to remain here just a few seconds more, and we inform that we'll send to your email, please stay on stage, and we'll send to you watching us a survey so that you can assess this Congress. When you respond that, you can also request your certificate of participation in the Congress, and please remember that your opinion is very important to UNDA. Ladies and gentlemen, to finish the 12th edition of the Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers, we invite Mr. Eduardo de Souza Monteiro, President of the Board of Administration of UNDA. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We finished now the 12th Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers that since 2012 is emphasizing the agrobusiness in Brazil. It's a consolidated event in our sector, reinforcing the importance on discussing together the present and designing the future. This year, we count on the presence of more than 900 people presentially here, with a virtual audience of more than 3,000 participants in many countries of the world, showing that our Congress has an important dimension within this general context, mainly due to the relevance of fertilizers for the future of agriculture and livestock in Brazil. I would like to emphasize here my thanks to those participating presentially or remotely. You are the reason for our efforts, our panelists, and everyone that provoked reflections that are mandatory on sustainability and competitiveness and everything. So if there is a message that this Congress leaves, is that the success of our productive chain depends on the collaboration of all players, distributors, the productive industry, researchers, policymakers, and obviously the farmers. It is the only way Brazil will keep spreading their global leadership in the production of food, fibers, and energy. We have huge challenges ahead of us in food safety, energy transition, new environmental demands, the credits that we talked a lot, logistics. But this meeting also showed that we are able and determined to face all that together with innovation, responsibility, and partnership. Therefore, I finish here reinforcing the invitation to each one of us, so that when we go back to our activities, that we go not only inspired but committed to putting into practice everything we are debating here, and that we take ideas, connections, and solutions ahead, changing this Congress into concrete results to the Brazilian agrobusiness. With this mood, I hope to see you in 26. We have a date, August 25, 26. It will be carried out here. Till then, let's keep up working together, because when we work together, we do more than feeding the world. We build a future.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Mr. President. We now have the cocktail offered by NAC Global that will be in the sponsors ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we finished the Brazilian Congress on Fertilizers on behalf of ANDA, the National Association to Spread Fertilizers, with a master sponsor of Euroquem, NAC Global, OCP Brasil, Teixeira Têxtil, and Iara Brasil. Golden sponsors Adfert, Adufertil, Andritz, Rafitec, and Cesur. And silver sponsors Agron, Cesare, Galvani, and Rocha Terminals. We thank for your presence and participation, both here in the auditorium or online. See you in 26.